Good morning. Welcome to the third day of the live video broadcast of the 13th World University Chess Championship here in Katowice in Poland. We have the second day of double round, and so we already have kicked off, but I would like at first, just because it's the beginning of the openings, I would like to say something about the results of yesterday's round, number 3. Let's start maybe with girls, because there is only one player who's got 3 points out of 3. His name is Klaudia Kulon from Poland. We are very proud of her, and we just wish her best now. She was quite lucky yesterday, as you could see. So we will see today. She's really playing on the first board against the number 2 Mongolian player. The only international master in women's section, men international master in women's section, Bathuyak Munguntul. If I pronounce it poorly, sorry, I do my best. And then 3 players from Mongolia, this one Klaudia is playing against, as well as Maria Fominik and Lydia Tomnikova, both from Russian Federation, have 2.5 points. 2 Russians are playing on the second board. Then we have plenty of players with 2 points. I think then 7 of them, so 8 of them. So it will be really very interesting. And let's look at the. I don't think that there were many surprises in the round 3 in women's section. Let me say that 5 draws. In the whole tournament in the last round. Let's switch to the men's section, where 7 players have 2.5 points. None has won 3 games in a row. So look how ambitious and how tough is it in this tournament. Then 14 players have 2 points. So really, the queue is really tight. I think that we should today we should look at the most interesting, in my opinion, of course, game will be played on the board number 4. Sanan Sugiro from Russia, who was our guest yesterday, is playing against Chinese player Yuri Yan, a very interesting player who really can really be a big surprise in this tournament. On the second board, also very well-known player Evandro Barbosa from Brazil is playing against the best Russian. Only one player from Russian Federation has 2.5 points, and he's Ivan Bukavshin. So he's playing on number 2, and the Polish player Dariusz Świercz is playing against Jan Bernaszek, who was actually, in my opinion, a little bit lucky yesterday. But okay, let's look at the games now. I think we'll see in a moment the openings, because nothing else happens. Of course, they have just started. Sorry for a little delay, but we had some little problems today. But I think it's not gonna be so bad. All right. The first board of a men's section. Dariusz Świercz is playing against Jan Bernaszek, so Polish player against Czech, so the neighbors actually. Let's look at their game. First move, d4. Jan Bernaszek is playing with white, d4, knight f6, c4, g6. So Dariusz didn't want to play e6. He plays both of these systems, either Greenfield defense or some kind of Nimzowicz. g6, knight c3, d5. So we have Greenfield defense. Bishop g5. So Jan Bernaszek doesn't want to play a very well-known opening. Many other openings in variations in greenfield defense. So I think he was afraid of the preparation of the Polish player. That's why he has chosen not the best, but not the most popular, maybe not so bad, of course, but not the most popular opening, bishop g5 variation. Knight e4 is of course the theory, bishop h4, knight c3, bc, dc, and now white is thinking. So it's of course a theory, so nothing special happens. Let's take a look at the second board when Ivan Bukavshin from Russia is playing against Brazilian star already, I think, Evandro Barbosa, d4, knight f6. So we have the same, no, knight bd2. I think it's quite astonishing that the player doesn't want, with over 2,600 elo, doesn't want to play anything just like c4 and g3, you know, the regular thing. He played d5, so it's just like a greenfield with knight bd2, which is of course not the best, I think. Maybe Ivan Bukavshin just wants to play just, you know, no theory, no argument and theory in the opening, but only to play, to check who's better in chess. I like it. e3, bishop b7, b4. Oh, so that system. I don't think it makes any harm to black. Castle, bishop b2. I've seen a game, it was not the latest game. I know this variation from a game when Vitaly Koziak, the international master from Ukraine, was playing against Michał Krasenko from Poland, the Polish well-known grandmaster, and black didn't have any problems. I think it was just something like a5, b5 and c5, but I'm not sure, being honest. I don't want to make a mistake, but of course it's not a problem for black in this situation. I've already played this with black against Polish grandmaster Łukasz Cyborowski. I had no problems at all in making a draw. Maybe it would be tough to win a game, but okay, Evandro Barbosa is playing against a really good grandmaster. So okay, let's move to board number 3. So the third board also has started with d4. The Mongolian player Munkhal Gomborsuran, is playing against Grigorian Karen from Armenia. d4, knight f6, c4, g6, once more greenfield defense. Not really, knight c3, bishop g7. So king's Indian, e4, d6, f3. So how is it called? I think Sozin variation. Castle, bishop, e3. Also, it is possible to play bishop g5. I recently played this with black. It was quite an interesting game, I must say. I think it was in that position. f3, castle, bishop, e3. I think I've played something like bishop g5 recently. I think just in a few days. I don't remember. Sorry for that. Sorry, not bishop f4, but f4. My opponent played here, and of course still no problems at all for black. So it's also nothing special. Okay, but bishop e3 is the second. I think it's the most popular one. Knight c6, knight g2, a6, queen d2. Of course, black prepares rook b8 and b5, and to counterattack on the queen side, here rook b8, as I told you. It's also a theory still. We will see who is better prepared. Although playing with white, a Mongolian player is having a much lower elo, 2418 against almost 2600. So really, it will be a tough task for him. He can be very nervous. It's very early in the morning. So after 3 rounds in only 2 days, so it's really, I think we will start to see some crucial mistakes, but I don't wish anybody to do it, but I think it will start, it will begin. All right, let's move to the board number 4. Oh, e4. Sanan Sugirov played e4, c6, so Caro-Kann defense. e4, d5, e5. So actually one of the most popular and one of the most dangerous variation, e5. Of course, knight c3, I think it's more popular, but the lines are very, very long, and in my hostile opinion, humble opinion, this position has many tendencies for a draw. So if somebody doesn't want to play this knight c3, de, and then bishop f5 and so on, he should choose e5 or pawn of variation ed, here cd, which can lead to the, many times it leads to the position with an isolated d4 pawn. For example, knight f6, knight c3, two plans for black, e6, or three actually, g6, or knight c6. We could already see it in this tournament. It can lead to a very complex ending, but e5, I think it's a good choice of Sanan Shugirov, who would like to beat the Chinese grandmaster Yu. So bishop f5, of course, is the main line, knight f3, e6, bishop e2, c5. Oh, I've recently also in the same tournament have played against knight d7, castle, and very interesting move, bishop g6. Black wait for white. I didn't know it actually. I wasn't prepared for it. So I had played c4, what was, in my opinion, not the best move for white. And after dc, bishop c4, knight b6, it is actually an equal position. So it gives nothing actually. I have played probably bishop d3 and knight e7, knight c3. The only possibility to gain and to fight for an advantage was to take on g6, of course, and after maybe hg to play knight c3, which can be quite interesting. And I have played knight c3 here, and after knight f5, black didn't have any actually problems. We have played against international master Claudiusz Urban from Poland, g4, knight d4, knight d4, queen d4, bishop g6, queen d1, rook d1, sorry, bishop f7, of course, interjection, king f7 and rook d1. But I don't believe that after h5, which was played, I could have some problems. We are analyzing after h3, I offer a draw. There was no 30 moves rule, which doesn't allow player to offer a draw, just like in this tournament. This position could be, I wasn't sure. We were analyzing, and during the game I was very afraid. I'm quite a coward nowadays, that in such a position I cannot stand well. But it turned out that after knight c4 that I was afraid of, and rook d7, king g6, I would be worse. But it turned out that after rook e1, it was quite an interesting position, possible to be played. Sorry for that, for showing my own game, but I think it wasn't so bad. Bishop e2, c5, just as I told you, knight d7, castle, bishop g6. I think it's a smarter way of doing it. Castle, knight c6, c3. Of course, after c5, c4 is playable. I think that we can see some games of Peter Svidler in such a variation. But of course, knight c6, or castle knight c6, c3 is also good for white. Knight d4, of course, I can give the pawn away after knight e5, which is actually very weak. Knight f5, ef, and even rook e1 would give our bishop b5 at first, can give big problems to black. Of course, because of the pair of bishops and the weakness of black king, maybe c4 now. I think that white have a very good compensation in that position. Even bishop g5 is interesting, or something like that. Queen f3 at the beginning, and I don't think that black should play it. That's why black did play knight ge7, knight f5, and bishop d3. Bishop d3. Of course, the pawn on e5 is untouchable due to the fact that after knight e5, bishop f5, ef, rook e1, white is winning a piece because of the pinning of the king and knight. So after bishop d3, which is quite an interesting move by Sanan Sugirov. I wish to see the time. How much time did he lose on it? It's the fourth board. It's the most interesting one. So he's playing. Black is playing quite fast. After Bishop d3, it was g6, Queen e2, Bishop g7, f4. Sorry, f4, pawn, castle. Here we have this position now, and White is thinking. Black has 1 hour 31 minutes, so he just make a move immediately. He lost only 6 minutes for 12 moves. He's very well prepared against Sanan Sugirov. So maybe we will ask knight d2 now, played by Sanan Sugirov. It's quite an interesting position. Of course, Black got rid of the white squared bishop and then put all his pawns, almost all, his pawns on white squares. With a bishop on c8, let's imagine that position. It won't be so good. It won't be so good. Okay, let's switch to the women's section. In a moment, we will see the games. Now you can see me in the playing venue. I think that people may be very tired already. The players may be very tired. And let's see the board. All right, thank you. And Claudia Coulon is playing against number 2. Oh man, Munguntul, Batkuyak. C4, E5 is very hard for us Europeans to spell this name properly. Maybe I will ask somebody from Mongolia to come here and write down how should I spell, not spell it, but to read it. C4, E5, G3. So Claudia didn't want to play E4. She has started recently, I think. She's able to actually play everything, but I think that she just wants to play C4. It's already the second time she starts with C4 in this tournament, so maybe she's prepared. She's trying to do her best to play some positional games, not a theoretical fight. So C4, E5, G3, F5, Bishop G2, D6, Knight C3, Knight F6, E3. I used to play it with White when I was really a boy. It was very a good weapon against people at my age when I was about 10, but then it turned out that it's very hard for me to develop further. So I think that the best idea for youth is to play D4 or E4. Of course, C4 is not a blunder, but I think people have to be mature enough to do it, to play it. Bishop E7. I think the Black should use fianchetto here, G6, and then Bishop G7, Bishop E7, Knight Ge2, Castle B4 immediately. White develops the attack on the queen side, as you can see, B4, C4, then going knight with the D5, rook on B1, B5, and just they want to protect the king on the king side. That's why knight is put on E8, bishop on G2, and such a defense is, well, it's good enough for a king. So Black played A5, B5, so there is a lot of space for White in that position. We can see Claudia, I think, on the first board. Knight BD7 and castle. Of course, White is prepared to wants to play it against G5 with the idea of F4. She would play F4 immediately, just not to allow to attack the king. So let's look at the second board, where two Russian girls are playing, women, alright, sorry. They are already students, or maybe they are graduated, so they are women. Knight F3, Knight F6, G3, E6, Bishop G2, D5, Castle, Bishop E7, D3. So the very calm start by White, by Maria Fominik. Castle, Knight BD2, C5, E4. Some kind of the French defense with Knight D2 occurred. The position, I know that it's very interesting to play such a position, but with Queen on E2 instead of Knight on D2. I've played several games. Of course, if Black answers correctly, then there is no problem for him to make and to obtain an equal position. E4, DE, DE, Knight C6, C3, E5, and Queen goes on C2. Of course, only one line is opened, line D, and the plan of white would be to play, of course, after, for example, b6 with the idea of bishop a6, to play rook d1 with the idea of knight f1, knight e3, and going on d5, which may lead to some small advantage for white because of the weakness of white squares in the center. Alright, let's switch to the next game, where I think Chinese players, yes, Ding, #1, is playing against Jovana Eric from Serbia. It's a very hard task to play for a Serbian player. Jovana Eric, she's playing against top seed of the tournament with black, and she's got 2 out of 3 points, so it's not the best pairing, but who would like to play with black against the first starting number? For sure not me. Alright, knight f3, knight f6, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, c4, d5. So some kind of anti-Greenfield from the English opening. For example, after d5, white can choose to play d4, which would lead to the Greenfield with g3. It's a very interesting, very tricky system. I've played several games also against some very good grandmasters, just like the Ukrainian Predator. Sorry, I forgot his name. Sorry for that. I will just try to recall his name. Very young player. Okay, never mind. Sorry. It's still very early in the morning. Sorry for that. d5, cd, knight d5, knight c3. So the English opening actually, knight b6, d3, castle h4. It's quite an interesting opening by white, chosen by white. She of course would like to play h5 and to give a mate immediately. That's why Blake, answered h5, bishop g5. Oh, I remember this name, surname of the Ukrainian. Mr. Nizhnik. So he's very well known. Sorry for that I have that I didn't remember your name. Sorry for that. It's nothing personally. I'm just being, quite nervous now. All right, knight c6 and castle. Of course, white has obtained a little advantage here. This is just an opening. And what's further? Let's go further on the board number 4, where one more Chinese player, Zhang Xiaowen, is playing against Juliana Sayumi Terao from Brazil. 3 women from China are playing one by one with white on the board 3, 4, and 5, so they can watch each other, and I think they will not talk. The arbiters wouldn't allow it. So on the 4th board, the better Chinese player with higher starting position, not better, it's very hard to say that she's better already, we'll see after the game, has played e4, c5, knight f3, e6. It's a pity that Hannah isn't with us. She would say something more interesting about this position. But look, why didn't choose d4, which is the main line, of course. Zhang looks for some play, no theoretical argument now. g3, knight c6, bishop g2, knight f6, d3. So very, very calm opening. And now let's look at it, that after d5, queen e2 can be played, bishop e7, e5, knight d7. That's very unpleasant move. c4. Just take a look at it. I will not show everything I know about it. Sorry for that. But it's very interesting for white. That's why black has chosen d6, which I think is actually better to play the some kind of close Sicilian against this structure for when white is playing d3. Castle, bishop e7, rook e1, rook e1. I don't know why did she play it actually. Maybe her plan was to play c3 and d4 now, and that's why black has played e5 against it. But I think that the bishop would stay better on g6. We have already seen such a game. I think it was a game of Krejci against Andersarian that almost the same idea, g6, bishop g7, and then playing e5 in one move. Black has lost a tempo with e6, e5 here, and the bishop, in my humble opinion, stands better on g7 than on e7. Alright, c3 castle. So we'll wait what's going on. Let's move to the board number 5, where the Chinese player Xun San is playing against Tatiana Klichkova from Russia. And it was e4, e6, so the French defense, d4, d5, knight c3, bishop b4. Oh, and now White has chosen knight g e2. Why don't she wants to play e5? Maybe she doesn't know it actually. So knight g2 is not the main line, e5, and now black has plenty of possibilities. Knight e7, for example. c5 is the second one, which actually leads in many cases to knight e7 now, knight e7 now, and after e5, also queen d7, quite a tricky move, is allowed. Then to the plan of black is to play b6 and bishop a6 to just, you know, we have already told you about the weakness of the white light squared bishop of black. In French defense, it can be a good solution of that problem to play b6, bishop a6. All right, but let's get back to the game. Knight ge2, de a3, bishop e7, knight e4, b6, knight 2 to c3, bishop b7. I don't know this line, to be honest. I don't believe that white can gain any advantage if he doesn't play the main opening, the main line. Maybe I'm wrong. If yes, then please write it down on Facebook, www.facebook.com/chess2014. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's 13th World University Chess Championship. Feel free to do it. Don't hesitate to ask any questions on Facebook. Queen g4, g6, and queen f4. I really don't know. I don't really know this opening, this line. So if you have better knowledge, especially Grandmaster Mateusz Bartel, who is very well-known French player, French defender, just let me know. I know you watch us, so just let me know if I'm not wrong. Knight f6, and I don't have a mobile phone, so please don't send me any message. It doesn't make a sense. It had to be switched off. If no, there's some disturbance would occur in our video relation. Bishop e3, bishop e3. What's the plan of white? Let's just look at it as an amateur. In this position, I'm a totally amateur. Knight d7 shows the computer, but I think it's possible, it's playable just to play c5. It's quite a flexible move. Where should black castle? Look, I don't think that black has any problems in here. Double fianchetto, and now knight goes on d7 and castle. I don't think that black is all right after the opening. The Chinese player, whose rating is, I think, very low for her result. She's rating of the Chinese player soon is only 2042, so it's really low actually, and she's got 2 points. Let's see her result of last round. I'm quite curious. Where do I have it? Sorry, here. I don't remember all the results. So forgive me for that, but I'm not a computer yet. I do my best. Soon won against the Russian Dogotkina, which was a great surprise that Yulia Dogotkina, very nice player from Russian Federation, has got only 1 point out of 3 games. It's unbelievable for me. Now she's playing, yes, and she's playing against Marta Bartel from Poland. So she's got a very bad pairing, in my opinion. She lost the game against, let's call it, weaker player with a lower elo, and now as a prize for that, she has to play against Marta Bartel, whose result on the Olympiad in Tromsø in women's section was really outstanding. So now it's very hard situation for Julia Dogodkina. So let's look now, let's switch to the men's section, especially for the, all right, we can already have a board on our video, right? So DC, so it was a Greenfield defense, as I told you. Bishop E6 also the main line. Knight F3, Bishop G7, Rook B1. So if White manages to take a pawn on C4, he will be okay. But of course, Black doesn't allow to do it. And Rook B1 is quite an interesting move, I must say. It's because if not, then Black would play B5 and then C6. Always Bishop go on D5. So I will protect this pawn till the end, till the last drop of my blood in my veins. So it's quite an interesting move, Rook B1. Maybe it's a theory. I'm not sure now. I don't have any database. So please, I still wait for your support. Let's switch to the board number 2, where, oh, sorry, it's not the board number 2 from the men's section. I will get it just in a moment, where Ivan Bukavshin, Russian grandmaster, starting number 5, is playing against the really big surprise till now of the tournament, Evandro Barbosa, who was really not far away, I think, yesterday, to win against. No, it was Lou. Sorry, yes, sorry for that. Barbosa made a draw against Bernasik, so he was also not far away from winning against the Czech player. We have seen this fortress where queen could do and pawn could do nothing against bishop, knight, and 2 pawns, because the pawns were on the same flank. That was Black could hold this position. Let's look at Ivan Bukavshin, Evandro Amorim Barbosa, d4, knight f6, knight f3, g6, knight bd2, d5. We have seen this before, bishop b2, c6. c6 is also playable, bishop e2, bishop g4. I think a5 would be a good interjection in such a position, just to let know White that, look, take care of the queen side also. But bishop g4 is also, of course, not a mistake. h3, bishop f3. Once more, Black is getting rid of the light squared bishop, and he's putting his pawns, a chain of his pawns on white squared b7, c6, and d5, bishop f3, knight bd7. I think that Black isn't worse after the opening. On the other hand, White has obtained a pair of bishops, so I think that now he will play g4 and try to open the position on the queen side, and maybe some little problems which can then grow up and be much better, much higher, much bigger for Black may occur, but we will see. Okay, let's switch to another game from board number 3, where the Mongolian player Gombosuren Munkhkal is playing against Karen Grigoryan from Armenia. So the grandmaster from Armenia is playing Black against the Mongolian international master, who is on a very good path to do his grandmaster norm. I don't know whether he needs one more. We should ask him if we have such a chance. But I think that for sure his rating is not enough to be a grandmaster yet. But for now, he's doing quite well in this tournament. Okay, d4. We have seen that rook b8. Yes, I told you about this plan with b5 and attacking on the queen side. And now the Black attacks on the king side. h4, h5. Of course, some stop, some blockade of the attack on this side. Knight c1, e5, d5, knight d4. Of course, black doesn't sacrifice a pawn. Let's look at the variation when white would take a pawn. It's not allowed because of knight e4. Knight e4, a very good thumb. And now white cannot take on e4 due to rook e8, and the king and queen are pinned on e file. So it is not allowed to take this knight on d4, and if not, then black should be quite okay. Knight b3, of course, I would like to exchange this knight on d4, c5, dc, bc. Black sacrifices a pawn, and now knight d4, ed, bishop d4, d5. Black is opening the center due to the fact, would like to open the center due to the fact that the king of white is not castled yet. So my all pieces are actually ready for an action. So that's why d5 is quite a good idea. Of course, cd, and e5, I just try to block the center by white. It's perfectly understandable. And now I think knight d7 will go, maybe rook e8, but in the next move, black will have to play knight d7. And now after f4, I'm curious, what is black's idea? I don't know. Being honest, I don't really know. Maybe knight b6, knight c4, maybe some kind of f6 move, just to sacrifice a pawn, but to open this position as quick as possible. I think there is some funny question on Facebook, or not really. Sorry, maybe it's a private message. So okay, let's get back. Bishop d4, d5, cd, e5, and black is probably thinking now. Let's see if that's true. Knight e8, knight e8 in that position. So the route for a knight will be to go on c7 and e6. But let's look at black's offers an exchange. Bishop c5 wins an exchange. Of course, it's on purpose, I'm sure. And after bishop e5 is quite good position for black, I think. I will sacrifice an exchange, but the white king will be uncastled after bishop g3. The weakness of a pawn h4. I think that would be good enough for black to play it. King d1, king f8, and look, I cannot, if I take this pawn on d7, and d5, sorry, with queen, I would like to exchange that. Then maybe queen e7 even. I don't have to exchange anything. And some very unpleasant checks on e1 are the threat. All pieces of black are, maybe even I will take on d5. Knight d5 and rook b2. Look, the coordination of black pieces will be really improved in just a few moments, and white's rooks are on the starting position, so it won't be so easy for white. It's quite risky for black. If white manages to improve the position and the whole coordination of all pieces, then he will be alright. But okay, let's see what will go on. Knight e8 is the main move. It's the move of the game. And now we wait for the response of the Mongolian player who's got 1 hour 30 minutes or 90 minutes after 17 moves. He's wasted only half a minute per move till now. It's really, he's prepared very, very well. I'm really surprised about it. And the Grandmaster playing with black, Armenian Grandmaster, lost already almost half an hour of his time. It's really, really interesting. Okay, it was the board number 3. Let's go to board number 4. So this e5 in Caro-Kann defense, bishop f5. We are somewhere here. c3, cd, knight d4, knight g7, g6. Yes, we were here. Knight d2. Knight d2, it develops on f3 and then to play g4, maybe to attack the d4 square. Let's look f6. f6. Of course, I would like to give some more fresh air for a bishop, for a dark squared bishop. On the other hand, there are some weaknesses of black squares, but black's idea would be also to play e5, then ef, queen f6, knight f3, rook a e8. Look, all black pieces are harmonically developed, and his idea is to play e5. e5 now, but I don't think I think that black is still Chinese player Yu, who is playing against top seed of the tournament, Sanan Syugirov, is trying to make a draw with Black, in my opinion. Let's look at the time in that game. Let's look at the time. And yes, the same situation here occurred. Bishop d2, e5, fe, knight e5, knight e5, and what? Queen d6? What is it about? I don't really understand this move. I don't really understand that move. I think, yes, the time of white is only 1 hour, 1 minute. So you lost already half an hour. Sorry for a moment, I have to check it, because Syugirov, who is playing with white, lost over half an hour, and Black just playing without any thinking. His time is 1 hour 31 minutes. So he lost only less than 9 minutes for 18 moves against the top seeds. Come on. Unbelievable for me. Queen d6. I would just take it on e5 with a rook. Maybe it's just a drawish liner or some preparation, home analysis. It's for sure. Nobody would be so brave or so stupid to play without any thinking against such a great grandmaster. I'm really astonished. All right, let's switch to the board number 5, where the Polish player Maciej Klekowski, the player who is not titled, and the first 10 boards he's no, sorry, not really. One of two who is not who doesn't have international title, even FIDE master. He's waiting for his last international master norm. Just a few days ago, he won the second norm in Krakow. Just visit that city. It's really one of the best in Poland. If you have such an opportunity, do it. I really assure you will not be disappointed. C4, E5. So the English opening, one of the most popular when we see the games of Maciej Klekowski. So no surprise for Zaven Andreasyan from Armenia. His opponent is much weaker when looking at the ELO. C4, E5, 96, 96, 93, 96, D3, bishop B4. Of course, Black's whole idea is connected with bishop G2, bishop C3, for example BC, and now F5. And the plan would be to play D3, knight F6, and E3 would be a great mistake, because after castle, knight E2, D6, Black has really nice position. Castle, Queen E8 with the idea of playing E4 and weakening the C4 pawn is really very good plan for Black in such position. That's why White doesn't allow to take on on C3, knight D5 in the third move, bishop C5, bishop G2, knight F6, E3, knight D5, CD, bishop E7, knight F3. As far as I remember, Maciej was preparing something else for that game, but we shall see what's going on further. It's just an opening. Let's take a look at the time they have used till now. And Black played E4. White lost already 18 minutes out of his time, and Black has lost. No, White has lost 23 minutes. So it's just a surprise for Maciej Klekowski, and Zaven has used 18 minutes out of his time. So it's quite an interesting thing. I think we should have a small break now, and after that I will start with some Polish short interview, not interview but some short comment in Polish, and then we'll come back to English. Stay online, visit our Facebook page www.facebook.com/chess2014, subscribe to our YouTube channel, 13th, so 13th World University Chess Championship. Stay online, stay with us. See you in a moment. Welcome back to the live video broadcast from the 13th World University Chess Championship here in Katowice, or even Katowice in Poland. The day 3, the round 4 of this tournament. Let's come back to the women's section, where Claudia Coulon, the only player that has 3 points out of 3 games, is playing against only international master of men international master of in the women competition. My God, Munguntul Baghuyak. Sorry for that, but it's really hard for me to pronounce it correctly. Let's call her Mrs. Moon. All right. You don't have anything to say, luckily. So we were here somewhere. And before a5, b5, knight bd7, I think we have stopped somewhere here. a5, b5. So as I told you, white wins some space for attacking on the queen side, and on the king side should be blacks. Knight bd7, castle, knight b6. I really don't know whether this move is a good one, is a proper one. I think that queen e8, queen h5 immediately should be played, or knight c5 and going to e6, something like that. I don't believe in knight b6, knight d5, knight fd5, which is quite a surprise for me. I think that this knight should attack the king, and it's much better than the knight on b6. What does that moron on b6 do? Nothing. So I don't believe in that move. Knight fd5, cd, queen e8, a4, knight f7, queen f7. So maybe black just wants to win a pawn, but I think it can be protected in 2 ways, or even 2 ways. Knight c3 or queen b3. So sorry for that. I don't understand this international master's move. No, not really. Maybe bishop d7 now and rook ac8 to protect its very weak c7 pawn. But still, look at that knight. Doesn't make any sense for me. Okay, let's switch to the game number 2 in the women's section. We'll do it in a moment. Yes, 2 Russians are playing. Maria Fominik against Lydia Tomnikova. Knight f3, knight f6, g3, e6. We have seen it. Yes, I told you about the French defense with knight d2, de, knight c6, c3, e5, queen c2, queen c7, rook e1, rook d8, knight c4. The plan I've told you about is on the board, so I'm not lying you. h6 against knight g5, and then knight d5, which would give an advantage to white. h6, knight h4. Of course, white wants to go also on h5 against this bishop. But still, I don't believe that white can win an advantage here. Bishop f1, good idea. Good idea to exchange the light squared bishop of white, the white squared bishop of white was attacking that pawn here. So it was actually doing nothing. No possibility to go on d5 by knight. It will be just been eaten. So knight bishop f1 with the idea of bishop c4 and exchanging the light squared bishop. Knight a5 now. Knight a5 against it. So they both know what they are doing, and they don't want to allow it. b3. I don't think it's target to play bishop c4, but maybe it won't be so stupid. Just to play knight bishop c4, and then after taking on c4 to play bc and then knight d5. But I don't think it's target just to develop a bishop somehow on b2 maybe, and then to play rook ad1. All right, let's switch to the other game. In a moment we'll do it. So this one is really an interesting thing in this game. So both of them know that bishop would like to go on c4, and now we'll just go to the third board where a Chinese player, top seed of this tournament, Xin Ding, is playing against Jovana Eric from Serbia. Very tough pairing for Jovana. Knight f3, we have seen it. We have just talked about this just like English opening. H4, H5, bishop G5. So very good position for very good square for the bishop. Knight C6, castle, bishop G4, queen D2, and king H7. Quite a strange move in my opinion, but it is against bishop H6 of the exchange of black squared bishop. King H7, rook H7, and I think that blunder. Here, queen D7 is not a good move. Because of the white's response, knight E4, which goes on C5, is just a very popular plan of white, and then pawn on B7 will be under attack, and also the queen. So queen D7 was, I think, a mistake. Probably black should have played knight D7 or knight D5, but of course there are some problems after, for example, knight H4. White is just better, but of course, but I don't like queen D7. Maybe some kind of rook B8 here, but of course you wouldn't like to make such a move in a game, would you? Knight E4, knight C5 targeted just to play on C5, and with a cooperation with that bishop, it will be very, very hard for black to play against such a very good cooperating pieces, knight and bishop on G2. So, but queen D7 is for sure not a solution for all black problems. All right, let's switch to the next game of Zhang Xiaowen against Terao Juliana Sayumi. Zhang is of course Chinese, and Juliana Terao is from Brazil, and it was E4, C5, but not the main line. I told you I would rather have my bishop fianchetted on fianchetto on G7 rather than having it on E7 and losing one more tempo on E5. C3, castle, knight BD2. Let's go further. A6. Of course, A4 is a regular move to be played. White just wanna open A file where her rook is standing already, and will be playing A4, A6, just targeted to play B5. Black has to push on C3 pawn in this position. Look, take a look that bishop goes from E7 to F8 on G7, so black could have done it in one move, just by playing G6, bishop G7, but why not lose some tempos? Maybe it's a theory, but I don't believe that it's equal for black, that it's equal actually from both sides. B5, AB, AB, knight G4, knight G4, HG. White has an advantage, clear advantage, due to the fact that point D5 is really prepared for the knight. More space is given for white pieces. Black bishop is hitting his own pawns. On the other hand, white's also just targeting is limited by his own E4 pawn. If a pawn from E4 would stay on E2, white would say really better. But okay, let's move to the game number 5, where Chinese player Xinyu Sun is playing against Tatiana Klichkova from Russia. Very low rating of white shouldn't be taken into consideration, because she's got 2 points out of 3, playing against all the time, playing against better players with higher ELO ratings. So she's very dangerous, and everybody knows it already. E4, E6, D4, D5. So the French defense, which I don't know this variation, this line. G6, Queen F4, Knight F6. Yes, here Bishop G7. That's as I told you. I don't believe that black should have any problems here. The idea of Queen of course, of h4 was to play h5 to mate black king, h6 against h5, because then black would play g5, and after queen g2, for example, I think even f5 can be a quite an interesting idea. Although on the other hand, after f4, g4, bishop c4, the very weak pawn e6 will occur and will be attacked by white, and then d5. So probably my idea of f5 is just stupid. Sorry for that, but I'm doing it online without any support of computer. Maybe you would like to write something, some comment on our Facebook page, www.facebook.com/chess2014. But in the game it was queen g3 and queen e7. I think that now white will play h5, g5 and f4, which can be quite dangerous for black. It can start to be very dangerous. Let's take a look at the time of both players. It's in a moment I will tell you. White took f4, f6 was played, bishop c4, king h8. Sun has used already 40 minutes out of her time, and black only 18, so the advantage of time is on the black side. The player with higher rating, but I think that white is doing well in that position. I would play d5 in that position and look at the undeveloped knight and rook on a8. If your open, there is a general rule, if your opponent is not developed well enough, just open the position. Your pieces need space. So okay, let's move to the board number 6, where the Polish player Anna Gasik is playing again Spela Orechek from Slovenia, I think. E4, nice name, I would say. E4, E5. So the Ruy Lopez defense, Spanish, and the Cosio variation, Cosio line. Knight c3. I think the castle g6, and now c3, bishop b7, d4 is the main line. I believe it. I'm quite sure about it. And knight c3. I think knight g7 was a little surprise for Anna, who is playing against actually lower rated opponent, but still she has to be very careful. It's a very strong tournament still. All right. Knight c3 I don't like. Actually, okay, it's quite logical to put a knight in the center, but c3 is a main line. d6, d4, b5, d5, knight d4. Very, very unpleasant move. I think Anna missed it, and because of the fact that you cannot take on d4, you cannot take that pawn, because both of your pieces are under attack, and you have to give away your knight for 3 pawns, which is for sure good enough for black, especially after some kind of knight g6, bishop e7, solving the problem with the development of king's side would be good enough. All right, let's switch to the men's section. Let's switch to the men's section, where Dariusz Świercz is playing against the Czech player Jan Bernaszek. I have played against him several years ago, and he just beat me. It was the last round. I was really pleased with a draw, but he didn't allow me to obtain this satisfactory result. And now he's playing against our best player, best player in this tournament, the player with the highest rating. And let's look just to recall that it was a greenfield defense with bishop g5, knight e4. It was all theory. Dariusz is well prepared, and c5. He has sacrificed a pawn in that position. Probably it's also some kind of preparation, but as far as I remember, when I was walking down the playing venue, he has lost a lot of time in that position already. Yes, after rook, the game has gone further. Rook d7, knight d7, bishop e2, bishop d5, and here let's take a look at a quick brief look at time. It's almost the same. White has used 32 minutes, black 34, and now CD now. Not CB but CD, just like in the Texas Ranger. His nickname was also, a friend of his was CB, but never mind. CD, without a pawn, no, sorry, it's not without a pawn, it's not a sacrifice, it's just giving back a pawn which we have taken on c4, so the material is equal, and after CD, probably the pawn on c4 will be under constant attack of white. Then she should, I think, play CD now. But there is an interesting possibility of black to play queen a5 check. And now queen d2 is, I think, wrong due to the fact that black can play c3, queen c2, and bishop a4 wins whole rook. Because after queen c1 answer check, and I will just take a rook. So I think that it's Dariusz's idea to play CD, and after queen a5, I think that after knight d2 he wants to play c3, and after knight c4, for example, c2 doesn't work due to the fact that after knight a5 and here taking on d1, bishop g2, rook g1, white is better due to the fact that his pieces stand higher and that there is no castle yet, but still it's playable for black. But I think that his real idea is to play after knight d2 to take on g2 immediately. And after rook g1, bishop d5. Look, the king will stand in the center and it can be very annoying for white. I would just make a castle with black and then or play e5. I think it's the idea after CD that after queen a5, white has to play king f1, and now I will just protect my pawn, defend my pawn on c4 by knight, by bishop, and by rook on c8, and then I will make a castle and I will be just better. So it's quite interesting. Let's look at the board number 2. Ivan Bukavshin from Russian Federation is playing against Evandro Barbosa from Brazil. And they are playing some strange Greenfield variation, which in my opinion doesn't give any chances to play for an advantage, opening advantage. h3, tuk, knight bd7, c4, rook e8, b5, and e5. Yes, the general rule says that if your opponent is playing on one flank, counter-attack in the center, b5, e5. Look, I'm not wrong. bc, castle, rook b8, queen c2. I think that white is maybe has slightly better position, mainly due to the pair of bishops carrying in that position, but still black shouldn't be dissatisfied after the opening. We shall see in a moment what's going on. Let's move to the board number 3, where, oh my god, Mr. Gombosuran Munkal from Mongolia is playing against Karen Grigor from Armenia. And still we have the King's Indian defense, a Sozin variation, h4, h5, knight c1, e5, d5, knight d4, sacrifice of a pawn, and white has lost not a great amount of time till that position, and he didn't take an exchange. Knight d6, very nice tactical move. I thought about putting the knight on e6, but then there will be no place for a bishop and knight d6 due to the fact that white shouldn't take on d6 due to the fact of bishop d4, and the pair of bishops is a promise, is a prophet of a very good position for black. So white cannot do it, and on the other hand, after a cast, he cannot castle short due to the fact that the pawn on h4 will hang. I cannot take it immediately due to the fact of bishop f2, and then both queen and knight are under attack. So I will have to wait for it. I will have to play knight f5, and the bishop is hanging, and the pawn and black will stay very, very well. So knight d6, very nice touch. I would like to look at the time after knight d6. Oh, white has used only 18 minutes out of his time for 18 moves, so only 30 seconds per move, and black, oh my god, 50 minutes. 50 minutes, he's thinking, it is a new position for him, probably. I don't think that he's just playing some tricks against white, because it's too much time from such a time control. So I believe it's a new position for him, it's a novelty for him, and he has to come up with something by the board. So let's switch to Polish for a moment. I will, and then we'll have a short break, I think, or even not. But let's switch to Polish. Foreigner, sorry, but you have to be patient. Also, we're in Poland, in Katowice, so let's go to Polish. Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Dzisiaj mamy czwartą rundę trzeciego dnia akademickich mistrzostw, 13 akademickich mistrzostw świata. Pokażemy zaraz na pewno partię Polaków, dlatego że myślę, że są najbardziej interesujące dla Państwa. Bardzo się cieszymy, dlatego że nasza zawodniczka Klaudia Kulon jako jedyna zawodniczka w całym turnieju ma 3 punkty z 3 partii. Co prawda miała wczoraj sporo farta bądź szczęścia, inaczej mówiąc, i nie wierzyłem w jej pozycję, natomiast no, wykazała się niesamowitym hartem ducha i udało jej się wypluć z tego cały punkcik, także naprawdę jestem z niej dumny. W ogóle mamy dwoje Polaków na pierwszych deskach i w klasyfikacji kobiet i mężczyzn. Klaudia Kulon gra białymi z jedynym mistrzem, męskim mistrzem międzynarodowym turnieju kobiecego, reprezentantką Mongolii, której nazwiska, mam bardzo duże problemy z jej wymówieniem owego nazwiska i imienia, dlatego że zawodniczka mongolska nazywa się Badhuyak Munguntul. No jest to troszeczkę skomplikowane, taka łamanina językowa troszeczkę, no ale cóż, no to nie jesteśmy przyzwyczajeni do wymawiania takich nazwisk. Myślę, że u nich w kraju jest to zupełnie normalne. Nie miałem jeszcze okazji rozmawiać z żadnym zawodnikiem mongolskim. Mam nadzieję, że uda dzisiaj osiągnąć się ten cel. U kobiet, mam nadzieję, że więcej kobiet tu przyjdzie. Na razie tylko była Klaudia Kulon, która bardzo wstydziła się, ale zdecydowała się jednak mówić po angielsku. Pomagała mi również Hania Lex, natomiast chciałbym porozmawiać jeszcze z innymi zawodniczkami z turnieju. Zacznijmy od partii Klaudii, która gra na pierwszej desce z tą zawodniczką, o której tyle powiedziałem. Nie chciałbym być jak Dariusz Szpakowski i cały czas mylić te nazwiska, dlatego korzystam z kartek. Klaudia wybrała partię angielską po raz drugi w tym turnieju. Jest to wybór dosyć ciekawy. Co prawda uważam, że Klaudia z uwagi na swój bardzo ostry styl gry powinna grać raczej E4, ale rozumiem, jest to po prostu przygotowanie pod zawodniczki, może troszkę zmylenie tropu. Klaudia może być troszeczkę zmęczona, chociaż nie widać tego po niej, ma 3 punkty z 3 partii. Może być zmęczona z uwagi na to, że reprezentowała nasz kraj na olimpiadzie w Tromsø w Norwegii, tak samo jak i Marta Bartel, także obie te zawodniczki mogą być troszeczkę przeciążone. Na razie tego nie widać po Klaudii. Marta gra troszeczkę gorzej, ma na razie 1,5 punkta z 3 partii. Natomiast no, na pewno walczą znaczy wszystkie nasze zawodniczki, a ich jest aż 4 w naszym turnieju. Jest to Klaudia Kulon, Ania Gasik, Ola Lach, fajnie się to mówi w ogóle, nie? Ola Lach i Marta Bartel. Tutaj przeciwniczka, moim zdaniem, Klaudii Kulon na pierwszej desce nie wybrała najlepszego ustawienia na partię angielską, dlatego dziwił mnie szczególnie ruch skoczek B6, po którym nastąpiło skoczek D5. Oczywiście nie można wziąć na C4 tego skoczka, dlatego że następuje hetman B3 i jak widzimy, to związanie okaże się zabójcze. Dlatego nastąpiło skoczek bije D5. Dziwię się oczywiście, dlaczego nie skoczek F bije D5, skoczek B bije D5, tylko skoczek F bije D5. Oddawanie tego skoczka z F jest moim zdaniem sporym błędem, dlatego że ten na B6 stoi, no za przeproszeniem, jak ostatnia pierdoła, także nie rozumiem tej decyzji. CD, mimo że gra przeciw Klaudia jest zawodniczką, która legitymuje się rankingiem 2410 punktów i jest to jedyny męski mistrz międzynarodowy w turnieju kobiecym, no, który jest uważany za tytuł wyższy od tytułu arcymistrzyni szachowej, Women Grandmaster. Hetman E8, A4, hetman F7. Oczywiście białe mogą bronić tego piona na dwa sposoby, skoczek C3 bądź hetman B3. Klaudia wybrała, zdaje się, lepszy, hetman B3, E4. No, nie wierzę w tą pozycję, czarnymi. Goniec A7 i teraz nie wiem, szczerze mówiąc, dlaczego Klaudia zagrała wieża A3. Możliwe, że dlatego, że inaczej nastąpiłoby powieża A2, w tej pozycji, nastąpiłoby skoczek D5 i po ruchach D bije E4, F bije E4, goniec bije E4, goniec E6 i mamy tutaj bardzo niemiłe związanie wieży i hetmana i teraz białe stanęłyby przed bardzo poważnym problemem, dlatego myślę, białe zagrały wieża A3, wieża A3 i w tym wariancie ta wieża nie będzie wisiała na A2. Myślę, że to jest główny powód tego ruchu. Przejdźmy do partii numer 2. Najpierw proponuję obejrzeć 3 pierwsze deski turnieju kobiecego i później przejdziemy do pozostałych Polek, natomiast na razie spójrzmy na pierwsze 3 deski, później zajmiemy się oczywiście Polakami, obsmarujemy ich troszeczkę, niestety będę musiał to robić sam, bardzo żałuję, że Michał jeszcze gra, jednak reguła 30 ruchów dalej obowiązuje i bardzo ciężko będzie go wyciągnąć tak szybko. Pamiętajcie, możecie zadawać zawsze pytania na naszej stronie facebookowej www.facebook.com/chess2014. Możecie też subskrybować, szkoda, że nie ma polskiego odpowiednika do tego słowa, subskrybować kanał na YouTubie 13TH World University Chess Championship. Na drugiej desce grają dwie reprezentantki Federacji Rosyjskiej. Maria Fominik z Lidią Tomnikową. Troszkę z angielskiego mi się zaciągnęły te nazwiska, ale cóż, troszeczkę za długo mówię po angielsku i później nawet po polsku czasem mi się zdarza w tym akcencie tam swoim oczywiście, bo to nie angielski, coś powiedzieć. Na razie stanęła tutaj, ta pozycja to właściwie wyjściowa pozycja z obrony francuskiej. Jeśli białe grają E4, E6, D3, D5, skoczek D2, zwykle powstaje ta pozycja. DE, C3. Tutaj czarne nie podoba mi. Rozumiem, dlaczego zagrały E5. Boją się tego, że to białe zagrają E5 i później będą miały, E5 i później będą miały bardzo dużo przestrzeni dla swoich figur, bo wieża E1, hetman E2, skoczek E4 i wreszcie ten goniec będzie mógł pokazać pełnię swoich sił. No myślę, że ruch E5 jest podyktowany tym planem. Z drugiej strony osłabia jednak pole D5. Także no coś za coś. Hetman C2, hetman C7, wieża E1, wieża D8, skoczek C4, goniec E6. Tutaj białe idą na F5, goniec F1, próba wymiany złego białopolowego gońca, który strzelał we własnego piona na E4. Wiadomo, że skoczek na D5 raczej nie wejdzie bez wsparcia poprzez C4, natomiast C4 no, jest ruchem na pewno słabym z uwagi na osłabienie bardzo duże pola D4, gdzie skoczek od razu skorzysta z atakiem na hetmana z tempem. Wiadomo, że C4 jest ruchem nie najlepszym, wręcz abderyckim. Goniec F1 było w partii, skoczek A5, oczywiście czarne również nie chcą dopuścić do wymiany złego białopolowego gońca białych. B3, myślę, że chodzi o to, żeby gdzieś rozwinąć tego gońca z C1, dlatego że jest on bardzo ograniczony przez piony H6 i E5 oraz skoczka na E3, także no, trzeba szukać chyba gdzieś na innej diagonali miejsca dla niego, ale po A6 koń HG2, no biały chyba, szczerze mówiąc, nie otrzymał żadnej, absolutnie żadnej przewagi w tej pozycji. Po debiucie czarne uważam, że osiągnęły wyrównanie. Plan białych pewnie będzie związany z ruchem F4, żeby gdzieś z kopytka ruszyć na skrzydle królewskim. Popatrzmy jeszcze na trzecią deskę, gdzie reprezentantka Chin Ding Xiyin, pierwsza z Chinek, najwyżej grająca z Chinek, numer 1 tego turnieju. Dziwię się, że jeszcze nie ma tytułu mistrza międzynarodowego, ale no cóż, nie wszystko można mieć, tak? Ma ranking 2450, także 2449. No nie da się ukryć, że ten ranking wskazuje na to, że gra w sile męskiego mistrza międzynarodowego. No widocznie brakuje pewnie jednej normy mistrza międzynarodowego. No w tym turnieju raczej to nie zdobędzie, nie wiem, chyba nie ma prawa takiego, mimo że jest wiele krajów, zawodniczki z wielu krajów przyjechały, zdaje się z 16, z tego co pamiętam. Jest ich 26 w całym turnieju, ale chyba nie będzie miała szansy na wypełnienie kolejnej normy, pewnie ostatniej, jak znam życie, na mistrza międzynarodowego męskiego. Patrzmy, jak grały zawodniczki. Gra ona z Serbką o dużo niższym rankingu. Różnica rankingowa to 248 oczek, także lekka przepaść, chociaż oczywiście czarne nie są bez szans. Chinka zgubiła już cały 1 punkt, także chciałbym tylko zobaczyć, czy przegrała, czy raczej dwie partie zremisowała. Zaraz to spróbuję ogarnąć. Ding na razie zremisowała dwie partie. Wczoraj z Martą Bartel. Marta dostała bardzo nieprzyjemne kojarzenie wczoraj, dlatego że po przegranej ze słabszą zawodniczką, zdaje się chińską, legitymującą się rankingiem 2042, trafiła na numer 1 startowy turnieju kobiecego. Ale patrzmy dalej, co tu się dzieje w partii Ding Erik. Hetman D7, o którym mówiłem, że jest słaby, skoczek E4 i od razu strata tempa, hetman E8. Czarne same podeszły pod widły na C5, także hetman E8, no widać skoczek C5 i goniec C8. To jest bardzo, bardzo zła pozycja czarnych. Zaczęły, za przeproszeniem, to są tak zwane końskie odchody, dlatego że hetman odszedł, goniec odszedł, tak wyprowadziła się goniec G4, hetman D7, a potem powrót do bazy. No, szkoda, że planuję jeszcze chyba zagrać skoczek B8, skoczek D7, F6, G8 i król H8, żeby dopełnić całego planu. Nie no, oczywiście robię sobie żarty, ale no tak nie można grać. No. Białe po prostu jest rozwinięty idealnie, no, bez sensu, zupełnie bez sensu. Jak w tym znanym dowcipie, którego niestety nie mogę powiedzieć na antenie, wszystko jest bez sensu. To tragedia, no D4, no biały po prostu zaraz, myślę, że ta partia skończy się w przeciągu 10 ruchów, no chyba, że koń B8 nastąpi, no to myślę, że wcześniej, no, ale nie, no to zupełnie bez sensu czarny gra. Sorki, ale dobrze, że mówię to po polsku, zawodniczka nie będzie miała do mnie wyrzutów, chociaż jest Serbką i może coś zrozumieć. Cóż, życie, sorry. Dalej przejdźmy do partii Polek. Anna Gasik gra na desce 6 z reprezentantką Słowenii, ze Spelą Orechek, całkiem ładne imię Spela. Ania pomyliła się w partii hiszpańskiej, nie zareagowała najlepiej, zagrała skoczek C3, tak jak mówiłem w transmisji po angielsku, należało grać C3, D4, roszada, natomiast tutaj skoczek C3 niby jest logiczne, ale z drugiej strony uważam, że nie daje żadnej przewagi. D6 i D4, B5, D5, słaby ruch, myślę, że Ania przeoczyła możliwość czarnych, skoczek D4 i teraz nie może bić na D4 ED, dlatego że dwie figurki są pod atakiem i traci jedną z nich, dlatego musiała oddać parę gońców i czarne naprawdę nie mają tutaj żadnych problemów, chociaż nastąpiła wymiana parę gońców w zamian za wygranie trochę przestrzeni. Skoczek idzie na E4. Może jednak przewaga białych jest, ale taka tyci mini pyci. Dobrze, przejdźmy dalej, ale olalach. Gra na kolejnej desce, na desce 7 z reprezentantką Mongolii, jak ja to lubię. Altan Ulzi Enkhtul. Chyba tak. Może Haniebej to jest Enkhtul. Nie wiem. Brzmi troszkę tak jak fińskie nazwisko, ta końcówka ul. Przynajmniej dla mnie. E4, D5, partia skandynawska. Ola gra z zawodniczką z dużo wyższym rankingiem, 110 oczek różnicy. Nie wiem, czy D5 grała wcześniej, nie rozmawiałem jeszcze. Skoczek F3. Głównym ruchem jest oczywiście skoczek C3 w tej pozycji, po którym czarne grają albo hetman D8, albo hetman A5, no ale to zupełnie inna para kaloszy, także skoczek F3 jest również zupełnie normalnym ruchem. Goniec G4, goniec E2. No tutaj rozwój jest wiadomka normalny. Goniec E3, damka D7, koń BD2, E6. Także białe mają taką minimalną przewagę po debiucie. Oczywiście schodzą z tego rentgena z wieży i z uwagi na pionka i to jakieś plany typu, złowieszcze plany typu E5 albo goniec bije F3, skoczek bije D4 i E5 dopiero wtedy. Hetman C2 oczywiście lekkie zejście, goniec F5, dama C3, H6, przygotowanie się do ataku na skrzydle królewskim oraz ucieczka dla gońca na H7, B4, no wiadomo, no ale tam naparza, no co tutaj dużo mówić, trzeba tak robić, bo króle są zroszowane w dwie różne strony, także kto pierwszy, ten lepszy, kto się dorwie prędzej do gardła, to wygra po prostu. Król B8, wieża A2, oczywiście jest to ruch wieża A2 jest podyktowany tym, że nie można od razu wieża B1, z uwagi na to, że to pole jest kontrolowane przez gońca. Wieża A2 może spełnić dwie role, albo wieża B2 i A4, B5, albo wieża FA1 i naparznik tam będzie po linii AB. Chciałbym zobaczyć, jak się czuje ten król, nie chciałbym być w jego skórze. Ostatnią z reprezentantek Polski, o której będziemy mówili, gra na desce 8, also. Także trzy nasze dziewczyny grają na desce 6, 7, 8, Klaudia na pierwszej, nie jest źle. Marta gra czarnymi zawodniczką o 149 oczek niższym rankingu i z Rosjanką Liują Dogotkiną, która padła ofiarą chińskiej zawodniczki o bardzo niskim rankingu, o której już wspomniałem i ma tylko 1 punkt z 3 partii. To jest spore zaskoczenie moim zdaniem. Patrzmy, co tutaj się działo. Julia zagrała E4, D6. Marta oczywiście gra głównie obronę sycylijską, natomiast w tej partii widocznie zdecydowała się na zaskoczenie. Jest bardzo mało czasu na przygotowanie. Pamiętajmy, że wczoraj już graliśmy oni grali dwie rundy. Dzisiaj znowu tak samo. To jest naprawdę bardzo męczący turniej. Jakby to powiedział Mariusz Max Kolonko, bardzo wyczerpujący turniej. E4, D6, D4, koń F6, koń C3, E5, DE, dama D8. No jest to jedna z możliwości gry na przewagę dla białych, goniec E6, ale tutaj raczej Fu4, jakby powiedzieli Czesi. Myślę, że to jest to. Nie wiem, tak mi się wydaje, że w tej książce Bielymi pa Anandu, Jeciutyry Bielymi pa Anandu, w tej książce debiutowej sprzed kilku lat, to było podane jako główny wariant przeciwko tej obronie. To jest tak zwana obrona Filidora, co prawda moim zdaniem jest to bardziej Syfilidor niż Filidor, no ale takie miało nazwisko. Goniec E6 długa, koń BD7, konik D5, bicie, goniec C5. Myślę, że czarne dostały całkiem dobrą grę jak na Syfilidora. Co prawda będzie moim zdaniem ciężko to wypełzać cały punkcik, wypluć z tego cały punkcik, ale no Marta jest po prostu bardziej doświadczoną i lepszą zawodniczką. Zobaczymy, jak to pójdzie dalej. Na razie mamy taką pozycję, gdzie biały ma po prostu parę gońców. O, pięknie, patrzcie Państwo. Bardzo mi się podoba to ustawienie. Pyk, już zaraz podkreślam. Ciach, 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 ciach. No brawo. Ale niestety, no para gońców, dlatego nie daje to przewagi czarnym, bo białe mają parę gońców. I żadnej słabości, pozycja jest zamknięta na razie. Gdzie niby te skoczki, które są strasznie groźne, sam się o tym przekonałem nieraz, są lepsze, ale no, przewaga jednak jest moim zdaniem w rękach białych. Przejdźmy do sekcji mężczyzn, zaraz partię ściągniemy z aktualnymi pozycjami. W turnieju męskim nie mamy zawodnika, który miałby 3 punkty. Jest aż 7 zawodników, którzy mają tych punktów 2,5 z 3. Wśród nich nasz reprezentant Darek Świercz, który gra na pierwszej desce z czeskim arcymistrzem Janem Bernaszkiem. Już w drugiej rundzie numer 1 Sanan Siugirow z Rosji musiał mierzyć się z arcymistrzem. Siugirow wczoraj zremisował z Michałem Olszewskim. Mieliśmy okazję gościć Michała. Mam nadzieję, że dzisiaj również do nas zawita. Bardzo przyjemnie się z nim komentuje, szczególnie po polsku, z uwagi na to, że możemy używać swoich wysublimowanych zdolności językowych. Natomiast po angielsku niestety brakuje nam tej ogłady. Natomiast no, mam oskomę, żeby kiedyś właśnie korzystać z takiego języka również w języku po angielsku bądź innym języku. Teraz fajna uwaga, niestety nie mogę jej zacytować, nieważne. Patrzmy, jak gra Darek. Była tam obrona Grünfelda z gońcem G5, także moim zdaniem Bernaszek robi pod siebie, że tak powiem kolokwialnie, z uwagi na to, że boi się tego przygotowania Darka. Nie dziwię mu się, też bym tak samo się zachowywał. Ale tutaj dalej idzie teoria, w której czarne w tym wariancie mogą wyrównać. Białe odbiły pionka, natomiast czarne szybko się rozwinęły i wyrównały. Nastąpiło ED. Mówiłem, dlaczego nie można zagrać CD. Zwracałem na to uwagę w transmisji po angielsku hetman A5. I teraz po skoczku D2 żadne C3 czarnym w głowie, natomiast goniec G2, nie C3, goniec G2, wieża G1 i goniec D5 daje czarnym dużą przewagę, mają piona więcej, pion na C4 zostanie obroniony, biały król jest w centrum, no to sraczyl, jak to wczoraj nazwaliśmy, z Olszaczkiem, natomiast C3 jest słaby z uwagi na skoczek C4, dama A2, C2 i skoczek A5, bicie, wieża D1, goniec G2, wieża G1, na pewno dalej jest pioneczek więcej, ale lepiej zachować damki w grze. Natomiast po CD, jeśli odbije jeszcze raz CD i hetman A5, nie może w ogóle zagrać hetman D2 z uwagi na to, że to już idzie do wora po C3, hetman C2 i goniec E4. Tutaj już można anielski orszak białym grać, dlatego że po prostu tracą wieżę, ale dlatego odbił on na D4 pionkiem. Skoczek B6, oczywiście idealna pozycja dla skoczka na D5. Będzie dodatkowo broni on pionka na C4. Nie wierzę w to, żeby białe miały jakąkolwiek cieniów, pocieniony przewagi. Po prostu czarny zaczyna przejmować inicjatywę. Myślę, że nastąpi E6 i krótka. No patrzmy, że ta bateria Darka paraliżuje zupełnie poczynania białych. No, Bernaszek raczej podjarany tą pozycją być nie powinien. Spójrzmy jeszcze tylko na czas, jak to wygląda. Darek ma tylko 38 minut. Myślę, nie wiem, gdzie było to zaskoczenie, chciałbym się tego dowiedzieć. Zobaczymy, może również i on zawita. Udaje nam się na razie Polaków bardzo ładnie zwerbować do wywiadów, natomiast zagraniczni jakoś salwują się ucieczką, reiterują się ucieczką, także no, mam nadzieję, że dzisiaj uda się dorwać jakieś dziewczyny. Wiem, że przydałoby się temu studio no, taka zmiana. Chociaż Hania Lex i Klaudia Kulon wczoraj były ozdobą tego wydarzenia, no mam nadzieję, że uda dzisiaj się również jakieś no, kobiety sprowadzić. Nie chcę inaczej nazywać, nieważne. Przejdźmy do partii numer 2 w tym turnieju. Tak, szachistki dokładnie. Partia numer 2 to rosyjski arcymistrz Iwan Bukawsin z moim zdaniem rewelacją tego turnieju, Evandro Amorim Barbosą, który w poprzedniej rundzie, o ile mi się uda to znaleźć te wyniki, już je mam, na razie jest na drugim miejscu, kolega Barbosa. Zremisował wczoraj z Janem Bernaszkiem, nie udało się przebić fortecy, hetman, pion na jednym skrzydle, hetman i pion kontra skoczek, goniec i 2 piony na jednym skrzydle. Nie udało mu się przebić tej pozycji, nie dało się, po prostu czarne ustawiły fortecę i zakończyło się to remisem. Natomiast to na pewno białe, z uwagi na to, że podstawił tam 2 piony, pokazywałem to wczoraj, stracił kontrolę. Natomiast patrzmy na drugą deskę, bardzo spokojny skoczek D2, to nie jest oczywiście coś, czego boją się dziewczęta w noc majową, oni o czym marzą białymi, D5, E3, goniec G7, B4, roszada, goniec B2, C6. To nie jest system, którym można kąsać. Raczej jest to spokojny, wyważony styl. Proponuję obejrzeć partię Michała Krasenkowa z Witalijem Kozjakiem, której czarne po prostu tam schrupał ten punkcik, taki chodzący punkcik tej pozycji bez żadnego problemu. Teraz nastąpiło jakieś A5, a nie goniec G4, z tego co pamiętam. Tam czarne mają naprawdę spokojną grę. Goniec G4, H3, oddanie pary gońców. No i tutaj oczywiście białe otwierają centrum. Wiadomo, no jeśli mamy parę gońców, chcemy, żeby te gońce miały gdzie łazić, gdzie chodzić, dlatego otwieramy pozycję. Wieża B8, taka łapka na gońca w jednym ruchu. No, akurat 2600 jeszcze widzi takie rzeczy, chociaż już takie czasy, że już powoli nie. Dama E7, wieża B1, dama E, a będzie gorzej. Wieża FC1. No białe mają lekką przewagę moim zdaniem. Ten plan z oddaniem gońca G4 i na F3, no moim zdaniem nie zdaje do końca egzaminu. Nie wiem, jakie jest założenie kolegi Barbosy. Myślę, że on chce tutaj zrobić normę arcymistrzowską, jest na najlepszej drodze ku temu. Przejdźmy do deski numer 3, na której, ojej, znowu kolega z Mongolii, Gombosuren Munkal gra z Karenem Grigorianem z Armenii. Grający białymi Mongol jest mistrzem międzynarodowym, ma dużo niższy ranking od przeciwnika, natomiast do tej pory, to chyba w tej partii ta różnica czasowa była bardzo widoczna. Obecnie już się troszeczkę zmniejszyła. Białe w końcowej pozycji mają minut 53, natomiast czarne 36. To była obrona królewsko-indyjska, wariant Sozina z F3. Czarne zareagowały bardzo standardowym planem skoczek C6, A6, wieża B8, B5. Ale tutaj skoczek D4, tam wsiąk, udało się przeniknąć do obozu białych. Oczywiście pionek na D4 jest tabu, pogoniec D4, ED, damka D4 jest skoczek bije 4, takie kopytko, jak w tej reklamie z Plusa i teraz nie można damka E4, bo wieża E8 i tutaj raczej trumienka raczej będzie przywitała raczej białe niż coś więcej. Skoczek B3 nastąpiło, C5 oczywiście czarne święcą pioneczka, otwierają tą pozycję z uwagi na to, że król białych jest w centrum. Co prawda do tej pory białe grały od rąsi, chyba stracił tutaj zawodnik, nie wiem, 15 minut na 15 ruchów, czy tam 7,5 minuty na 15 ruchów, te pół minuty kroplówki wystarczyło, żeby dojść do tej pozycji. D5, czarne otwierają tą pozę i tutaj skoczek D6, bardzo przyjemny ruch, bardzo przyjemny ruch wykorzystujący związanie gońca. ED oczywiście prowadzi do piachu, pobicie na D4 i para gońców, zaraz odbije pionka, zeroszowany król. Nie, no to się nie nadaje do publikacji nawet, dlatego nie nastąpiło ED, tylko skoczek E2, ale nie wierzę w to, żeby czarne nie miały wystarczającej rekompensaty za pioneczka. Myślę, że można zagrać spokojnie skoczek F5 albo skoczek C4 i poza jest naprawdę super dla czarnych. Co prawda zawodnik grający czarnymi stracił mnóstwo czasu, biały nic, ale myślę, że to z uwagi na to, że po prostu dowolny wykonywał randomowe posunięcia, co tam spadło na deskę, która figurka, której dotknął, no to ruszył, no ale to chyba tak nie do końca było, ale no nie wierzę w to, że tutaj czarne mają jakiekolwiek problemy. Przejdźmy do partii. Jeszcze jedną ciekawą sprawdźmy, dlatego że numer 1 gra z bardzo silnym Sanan Sugirow z Rosji, z Federacji Rosyjskiej, walczy z Chińczykiem Yu, który mój kolega komentator Lawrence Trent wspominał o nim, że nawet sam Władimir Kramnik miał bardzo duże problemy z pokonaniem go, zdaje się, w Pucharze Świata. Ledwo go wyeliminował. Było bardzo blisko wielkiej sensacji i ten zawodnik gra tutaj u nas, ma 2,5 punkta z 3 partii. Yu gra naprawdę ciekawe szachy i patrzmy, co stanęło na desce. Karo-Kan z E5, jeden z bardziej ostrych wariantów tego debiutu. Jeśli białe próbują atakować, myślę, że powinny wybierać tę linię. Natomiast tutaj pokazywałem swoją partię z Klaudiuszem Urbanem, którą grałem niedawno w Poznaniu. Tam oczywiście nie otrzymałem żadnej przewagi, no to nic nowego. Tutaj czarne stoją całkiem nieźle, oczywiście otwierają zaraz F6 ruchem pozycję. Tutaj czarne, zdaje się, grały zupełnie od rąsi, czy białe, przepraszam, od rąsi. Ale teraz czas się zupełnie zrównał. Białe mają 48 minut, natomiast czarne 46 pozycji końcowej. Zaraz ją zobaczymy. Hetman D6 było dla mnie ruchem zaskakującym, ale oczywiście niezłym. Goniec F4. Widziałem, że w tej pozycji Sugirów też już złapał się za głowę, w tej pozycji Sugirów złapał się za głowę w końcu, bo tak to grał w ogóle jak strzała. Także no zobaczymy. Mam nadzieję, że to nie była tempa strzała. Tutaj bicie, tutaj. Wieża E1, król E7, H3, koń C4, wieża E5, koń E5. Myślę, że jest to lekka przewaga białych z uwagi na to, że goniec w pozycjach, w takich końcówkach, gdzie piony są na obu skrzydłach, stoi raczej lepiej, znaczy gra silniej, dlatego że jest po prostu dłuższy, co jest dość można organoleptycznie sprawdzić. Polecam. Deska, szachy i już to można widzieć. Goniec strzela dalej. Załóżmy teraz, skoczek atakuje, pól 8, goniec 4, 7, 8, 9. Ha! Miałem trochę szczęścia. Król D6, król F2. No pozycja białych jest troszeczkę lepsza, taka przyjemniejsza. Czarne, żeby zremisować, myślę, będą musiały wykazać się dość sporą dozą precyzji. No zobaczymy. Przejdźmy teraz do partii Polaków. Najwyżej z nich gra Darek na pierwszej, już mówiliśmy. Na piątej desce Maciek Klekowski podejmuje białaskami reprezentanta Armenii Zawena Andriasjana. Obaj na razie myślą jak małe słoniki. Lokomotywa to nie jest, no TGV ani Pendolino, którego w Polsce oczywiście na razie też jakoś nie widać. To oni właśnie się dostosowują do prędkości PKP. Goniec B4, koń D5, goniec C5, goniec G2. Chociaż ostatnio w PKP podobno było 2 razy przed czasem, to trochę jak widzenie potwora z Loch Ness. No ale udało się jakoś. Tutaj obaj byli zaskoczeni swoim wyborem debiutowym. Koń G5, koń D5, koń E4. Tutaj już stracili, nie wiem, jakieś 15 minut. No, jestem pod wrażeniem. Olszaczek powiedziałby coś bardziej dosadnego na ten temat. No ale nie ma go tutaj z nami. Ale niedługo mam nadzieję, mam nadzieję, że wygra, niedługo będzie. Bicie. Tak, tęsknię za nim. Roszada, dama B3, C6, D4, B6, wieża E1. Białe mają minimalną przewagę z uwagi na to, że mają troszeczkę więcej przestrzeni. Oczywiście przewaga ta nie jest jakaś rasowa. Tutaj nastąpi pewnie goniec E6, hetman C2. Czarnym z drugiej strony będzie ciężko się przebić, ale goniec E6 myślę, że nastąpi hetman A4 i F5, które przeciwdziała otworzeniu tego gońca, który teraz, no powiedzmy sobie szczerze, to nie jest to, o czym marzą dziewczęta w noc mają naprawdę. Ten goniec jest zamknięty przez własnego piona E3, jest zastopowany, nie ma też gdzie wyjść na A3, także no powiedzmy sobie szczerze, no kariera przed nim otworem nie stoi, także no raczej myślę, że trzeba będzie zagrać ruch typu A4 z ideą goniec A3, jak najszybciej pozbyć się tego darmozjada, ale z drugiej strony czarny będzie mógł już grać jakiś G5 i atakować po linii F i G. Także no zobaczmy dalej, jak stoi Maciek. Nie, moim zdaniem wieża E1 trzeba było zagrać E4 od razu w tej pozycji, otworzyć tę pozycję, a nie czekać i czekać. Przejdźmy dalej. Na 8. desce Jacek Tomczak podejmuje czarnymi naszego południowego sąsiada Jana Krejci, nazywanego przez Czechów Honza z uwagi na to, że jego tata ma tak samo na imię, to jest Krejci Jan Junior, zwany Honzą. Podobno jest podobny do kogo? Do jakiegoś tenisisty, chyba Nadala, ale nie widzę tam za dużo podobieństwa, ale okej, no co zrobić. Tutaj nastąpiło E4, C6, Jacek zagrał obronę Karokan, zwykle przez pół życia grał obronę skandynawską, która przyniosła mu nawet tytuł mistrza świata do lat 16. W Batumi w 2008 roku miałem okazję być na tym turnieju, ja grałem do 18 lat, zająłem 9. miejsce. Natomiast Jacek został mistrzem świata, mimo tego, że w ostatniej rundzie jego temperatura jego ciała dochodziła do 39 stopni. Zdecydował się, miał oczywiście inne problemy żywieniowe, żołądkowe, z uwagi na tamtejszą kuchnię. Graliśmy w Gruzji i zupełnie jest inna flora i fauna i w ogóle wszystkiego bakterii. Także miał bardzo duże problemy, a mimo to zdecydował się grać, zremisował i dało mu to zwycięstwo w Mistrzostwach Świata, także jest to bardzo utalentowany, bardzo utytułowany i doświadczony zawodnik. Jan Krejci tylu takiego sukcesu moim zdaniem z tego co wiem nie miał, natomiast jest oczywiście całkiem solidnym arcymistrzem. Zwykle wybiera on ruch D4. Miałem okazję grać z Janem przez kilka lat w jednej drużynie czeskiej, dlatego troszeczkę o nim wiem. E4 wybiera raczej rzadko, rzadziej na pewno i zwykle po C5 na przykład gra skoczek F3 i przechodzi do jakichś gońców B5, ucieka gdzieś tam w krzaki. Natomiast Jacek, myślę, że chciał go zmylić, zwykle gra, mówię, obronę skandynawską, na którą na pewno przygotował się nasz sympatyczny sąsiad. C5 również na pewno było przygotowane, natomiast C6 jest na pewno zaskoczeniem. Koń F3, D5 i koń C3. No jest to system, który moim zdaniem oczywiście przewagi dłużej nie daje, sam go grałem. Przegrałem tak na drużynowych mistrzostwach Europy w drużynie Poland Goldies. Przegrałem grając z rumuńskim arcymistrzem Lupulescu na pierwszej desce naszego pojedynku krajowego. No zmiótł mnie z deski tak naprawdę. Na trzeciej desce Krzysiek Bulski grał z innym arcymistrzem Parligrasem i również nie osiągnął żadnej przewagi. Zapierał całą partię, jemu się udało. Ja musiałem uznać się za pokonanego w tej partii. Patrzmy dalej. Goniec G4. A, to po poznańsku, bardzo poznański ruch. Można też DE grać z ideą skoczek E4 i skoczek F6, bądź skoczek D7 z ideą skoczek F6. Uwaga na minimalną pułapkę po hetman E2. Tutaj można Matyldę spotkać na D6, także trzeba uważać. Goniec G4 jest ruchem głównym. H3, goniec F3, dama F3, E6, D3, koń D7, A3. No, oczywiście ograniczenie gąsiorka, G6. No tutaj bardzo ciekawy system, bardzo zjadliwy. Ruch G6, goniec G7. Wypadło mi słówko po polsku flexible. Plastyczny, tak? Plastyczny ruch. Fantastyczny, tak. G3, goniec G7, goniec G2. Lubię ich, wykonują dużo ruchów G. Konie 7, roszada, dama E2, dama B6, WD1, D4. Skoczek wraca, E5, powrót taty na B1, ale ten skoczek oczywiście ma pole C4 do dyspozycji i biały podrywa, ale nie Jacka, tylko centrum. Koń C5, koń C4, dama, chociaż nie ma mnie na sali gry, nie wiem, nie widzę podglądu. Dama C2 to ich sprawa. Konie 6, A4, król H8, damka B3. No pozycja normalna, mini tyci, przewaga białych. Goniec na G2, atakuje pionka E4, goniec G7, pionka E5, także no dwie pierdoły się spotkały. Goniec, ta para, nie widać przewagi pary gońców, pozycja jest zamknięta. Czarny musi obronić piona B7, który został zdradziecko zaatakowany, prawie zdradzony o świcie. Natomiast może później nastąpić jakiś plan typu F5. Przewaga, nie wiem czy jest w sumie przewaga, myślę, że to jest coś około równości ta pozycja. Przejdźmy do następnego z Polaków. Kacper Piorun gra na desce 9. Na razie nie był zbytnio dumny ze swoich osiągnięć, nie mógł rozwinąć swojego znanego pawiego ogona. Bardzo bym chciał obejrzeć podgląd partii Kacpra. Dlaczego? Dlatego, że jego pozycję bardzo łatwo można ocenić po ilości mrugnięć na sekundę, o czym wspominałem podczas akademickich mistrzostw Polski. Jeśli mruga wiele razy, myślę, że pozycja jest skomplikowana. Jeśli mruga spokojnie i dostojnie, również wtedy jego pozycja jest pewnie lepsza. Na razie nie jestem w stanie tego ocenić, będę musiał przejść się na salę gry, ale spróbuję ocenić jego pozycję po tym, jak stoi. Gra białymi ma przewagę na pewno. Te zdublowane piony na linii B oraz ten na D6. No, kariery czarnym nie wróżą. Pozycja właściwie do jednej bramki. Ostatnim zawodnikiem, naszym reprezentantem, mam nadzieję, że nikogo nie pominąłem, jest Olszaczek, który niestety trafił na groźnego Chińczyka Lu Yipinga, z którym to onegdaj nawet Kramnik miał problemy. Nie wiem, ruch C6, nie znam go szczerze, myślę, że A3 jest ruchem głównym, który prowadzi mniej więcej do równej pozycji. Olszaczek gra czarnymi. Myślę, że po debiucie może być kontent ze swojej pozycji. Skoczek na B4, powrót taty. Nie, no pozycja jest na pewno dobra dla Olszaczka. Mam nadzieję, że nie myśli. Zaraz to jeszcze sprawdzimy. Gdzie mamy tutaj naszego kochanego Olszaczka. Jest, już tylko powiem, troszeczkę partia poszła do przodu. Olszaczek ma 56 minut kontra 21, także mam nadzieję, że po wieża C3, A5, ta wieża C2, wieża C3, A5, wieża FC1, D4, skoczek C4, uda mu się pokonać w końcu tego groźnego, ale jakże sympatycznego reprezentanta Chin. Tymczasem zmienimy język na angielski z uwagi na to, że mamy specjalnego gościa, Tigrana Petrosjana z Armenii, który... Yes, welcome. Please come to us. He won a game against... We shall see in a moment. Hi,
Hello.
how are you?
Fine, thanks. And you?
Yes, quite cool. It's quite early in the morning.
Yeah.
Already not yet, already not, but still. Let's take a look at your game. You won against much weaker player. How was it today? Was it hard for you to be prepared for today morning round?
Okay, yesterday I lost both games.
Oh,
Yesterday was
it's a
bad day
pity.
for me, yeah. And I was happy that, and I was very tired at the evening. And I was quite happy that my opponent was weaker than me and he doesn't have any games.
Really?
Yeah, so I
Unbelievable.
didn't have to prepare.
He was from Japan,
Yeah, Japan.
as I think.
So I didn't prepare at all, and
So you just had a rest.
Had a rest, yeah.
Cool.
And it was quite okay. He was playing an opening very quickly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Queen Gambit, okay.
Queen's Gambit, yeah, not accepted.
He was playing quite quickly here and took. And here he played Bishop D3, but the main move I guess is Queen B3. But no worries, Blake just plays Bishop E6.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
some you will obtain some equal position, so
And
it's
knight
also
C1,
bad.
C5,
Yeah,
then
exactly.
Rook C8 and King HF,
Yeah.
Queen A3, and no worries, it's
Yeah, it's
very famous position. And
yes, of course.
okay, it's quite.
All right.
He
Bishop
played
D3, yeah.
simply Bishop D3, yeah. And I played C5. I had to play this, and castle. And here I was wondering how to put my bishop because I don't know will he take on C5 or not. If I put my bishop on the E6, so yeah. So I'm not sure he will take or not. No, I'm
Maybe.
not sure. He might
It is
play
possible.
okay Queen C2, Queen D2 or something like that. And if I play C4 here, I thought that my bishop is bad on E6. It will be better to stay in B7, do not allow E4. So I thought just so I yeah.
So I C4 was down.
Yeah, I thought to play C4 immediately and to put my bishop on B7. He
Just
played,
curious.
yeah, he played Rook E1.
Yeah, he wants E4 for sure.
Yeah, and here I was wondering, yeah, okay, right?
But you were wondering, sorry, I interrupted.
No, here okay.
To play F5 or?
No.
Why
F5,
not? Okay, maybe because of Bishop A4, yes, I will just take it.
Yeah.
And I will go on E5, yeah. F5 is stupid.
I was thinking about like, okay, Bishop B7 is normal move, and
Mhm,
here
right.
I was surprised with his move, Queen B1.
He still wants to play E4, I think.
Yeah, but and in other hand, if I play Rook E8 now, he will play Bishop A4, and I didn't want to exchange. Yeah, my knight.
And this bishop can have some problems, severe problems with the game, yeah?
So I didn't want that happen.
Alright, knight F6.
And knight F6, but in other hand, it allows knight E5. So
You cannot have everything, you know?
yeah. So I didn't know how to move. Okay, and here B5 and B3, and here I was wondering how to play. Like, if I play A6, for example, he can play E4.
E, yeah?
Yeah, no, A4,
A4,
sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
I was just...
And my pawn chain, it's going to be weak. So then I suggested to play knight D7. I thought it's normal move. He took.
I think it's a blunder. I think F4 or knight F3 would be better.
Knight F3.
Yeah, just to come back.
Yeah, sure.
If you and now I wanna play E4, yeah.
Now yeah, sure. I
But
thought,
now
I
you
think-
cannot take.
I
play
think
him.
the position is equal.
Equal, about
Yeah.
equality, yeah. But still, I think knight D7 was a blunder of his. Okay, you took.
And he played E4. I was thinking about like to take on C4. But
Here
E4
is
is going to be.
BC, and you would
Yeah.
like to take with.
Oh, I was wondering maybe with D to open my bishop, but it's still hard to say anything. He can
Yes.
play e4
Yes,
and
because
then put his queen on. No, a4. Sorry. I
a4.
always
All right.
and put his queen on.
e4 is also possible.
Yeah, and then put his queen on in future on b4. It's nice square for queen. So I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So he played e4, but here is he may have a little problem because takes, bishop e4, and I played rook b8. So
some problems with a pawn on
little
d4, yeah?
problem, you know, but still it will be draw. It must be draw. He took. Here I played c3, knight c8, and here he blundered. I played not here. It's normal, and here he played badly. He had to play. Yeah,
it's
a
a really big mistake. Yeah, he lost a
loses
pawn.
his
Yeah?
He had to play with the same idea.
Rook c2, yeah.
Because if I play rook c4 here,
he can play rook d1,
yeah,
exactly.
push his pawn.
Yeah, on d, yeah.
Or d5 maybe. D5 is much better.
Yeah, even d5 is, not to allow queen d5.
Yeah.
Maybe you should play now queen d5.
And now we can play rook c1. In fact.
Oh, rook c1 now, yes.
So it's drawish, I guess.
Yeah, it's drawish still, yeah. You're right. That's why rook c4 would have to be played, and rook d1 would give an equal, or d5.
D5 is much
d5,
better.
yeah. Just to give some more space.
Yeah.
Actually, it would be draw, yeah?
Yeah, it should be draw, I guess. But he blundered.
Yes.
So here he loses his pawn, but he might...
It was a chase after this pawn, you know, rook c4, rook c5, rook c6.
Yeah.
And what now?
And if he plays like rook e5 instead of d6, I could play c2, and my position is much better.
Yes, for sure, because of that weak move.
Yeah. And he lost in a few moves now. I guess he had just to give me the pawn and to...
It will be winning for you.
Some resistance. But here he just blundered, and here is losing because he thought that I should take on c1.
c1, yes.
But
even if you take on c1, I think you win.
Yeah, but it's hard. His king will approach. You know.
No, I don't think so. After rook d8.
Oh yeah.
You will also win. So everything was winning, actually. So not a bad game. Although you were quite lucky.
Yeah,
it was about equality. So maybe because of the opening, you know, it is very solid one, but it's very hard to play for a win.
I also play Slavish, but he can take CD.
On d5, yeah. So even worse. Yes.
Yeah, it's better to play this position. So
not so bad. So how long?
It was a quick game.
Yeah,
so
quick game. So you will
rest for a second game.
Yes, we'll have a power for the next round. Yeah, it's very exhausting tournament, I must say.
Yeah, it's very
3
hard.
double rounds. Tomorrow you have a free day, okay, day off.
Day,
But after day off you have still 2 rounds. So I know it. I know that feeling because I was playing 2 years ago in this tournament in Gimarsh. It was the same. It's really exhausting, I must tell you.
It's very hard yet.
All right, I wish you good luck and thank you for the interview.
Thank you very much.
Once more.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, I think we should have a little break now. Watch us, visit our Facebook fan page, www.facebook.com/chess2014 or 2014 even, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, 13th World University Chess Championship. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment with a little surprise, I think. So don't go away. We'll be in around 10 minutes, not more. See you then. Welcome back to the live video broadcast from the 13th World University Chess Championship here in Katowice in Poland. We have a new guest, woman international master Anna Ivanov, especially for us. Only 3 games are finished in men's section, none in women's, so they are playing really ambitious. We had already our guest just before a break was talking about his game. Anna, what do you think about this competition?
I think it's organized really well, as always when Łukasz is an organizer. Playing venue is more than enough, so I think, okay, I'm not long here because I've just came, but I think it's very good.
You've told me before that you speak some French also. Would you be so kind to make some greeting in French to people who speak that language?
Not really, because it was a joke, you know.
Come on, I thought you're right. Okay, come on. Okay, let's see the games of the first board, where Klaudia Kulon from Poland, who's got the only player who's got 3 out of 3 points out of 3 games, is playing against
Monguntul,
yes,
but Huyang.
See, it's
Let's
not
say.
so easy. It's not so easy. They have kicked off with an English opening, but you were studying some French at school. Alright, never mind. B5.
Yeah.
I don't like this move, for example, knight b6 and then taking with that knight. I think that she should have taken with the second
Why?
knight, because this one doesn't play actually. What does it do here?
Okay, it attacks the c4 pawn,
Alright, but
maybe,
after
and then
here?
after a4, pawn is protected. No,
Maybe.
because knight on f6 doesn't do.
I think now
anything.
knight c3 should have been played.
Why not a4 instead of queen e8?
a4,
And then a4, not a4.
sorry, a4. I think
And then maybe queen e8, and the pawn on b5 is
it's quite weak, yeah. Here,
definitely weaker than after a4 with white and bishop d7 or something.
It was in the game, it's just like a look. a4.
But it was a4 with white.
Yeah, okay, but still, it's not so easy for white, I think. Here,
Yeah.
b3 and e4 now.
I don't know.
I just want to take this pawn, you know.
Yeah, okay, I think
It's
black
also
is okay.
quite okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't like knight fd5 idea, but now maybe I'm...
Okay, knight on b6 was not so bad, right?
Here I think white should be a little bit better. Oh, a sacrifice of a
White?
pawn. Oh.
She has nothing to do here.
I think she should have played queen b1 now. I've played plenty of English openings in my youth, so I think I would be satisfied with such a position of white.
Really?
Yes, my
I
bishop is
don't
much
like
better.
it.
Light squared bishop is much better.
But the dark one is...
Right, I will
disaster.
just exchange it in the next move.
And what about something like maybe
You have to protect
bishop h3?
bishop h3,
Yeah.
but now you lose.
And
And here-
bishop b2, something
Is
like
there a
that.
mate?
I don't know. No, I think maybe there
I
is
don't
not.
believe it.
And then takes.
Queen f2, king h1.
Mm.
I will just protect my king with my knight. So, and I think at first
You could have taken
I
on
will-
d5.
on d5, yeah.
Yeah,
It will
okay.
solve all my problems.
Yeah, okay.
So I think
Never
it's
mind.
not so bad for. But
I
on
was
the other
thinking
hand,
about
queen
this.
b1, for example, you can play h6 at first or something like that.
Yeah,
King
maybe
h8.
king h8 is better.
But still, you have to bear in mind that after bishop h7, bishop h3, I can just interject bishop g6. So it's quite a complex position, in my opinion. Maybe g6 here would be quite interesting. f2 pawn is really weak, really, and bishop h3 and then bishop somewhere may be already a threat. Oh, but okay, let's get to the game. I don't like sacrificing this pawn.
Because now she's just worse, I think.
Yeah, she's
or-
just without a pawn, yeah. She's playing against a very strong player, the only one who has the title of International Man Master in the women competition.
Yeah, I didn't even notice before.
Yeah, you can see the
Mm-hmm.
below over 2400. So it's such a position. Claudia is not doing well, I think. on the
Okay, but she has some
yeah,
play,
of course,
right?
there is still, you know, the ball is still in the play, so it's not so easy, but still I think it's better
And
for black.
the knight is slow and the play is on 2 flanks, so maybe it's not so bad for her.
Yeah, she's got many chances here, right?
She likes such position, I think, so...
Really? Yeah, you know her better, much better.
Yeah.
Have you played against her?
Yes.
Well,
They're like 3 times on Polish championship, always.
women championship, not
Yeah.
the youth, yes? She's a little bit...
Once under 20 and twice in women's.
Alright, competition. Alright. Let's move to the second board. We'll do it in a moment.
Okay.
Where... No, it's men's...
Klitschko.
No.
It's not
Maria Fominik is playing against Lidia Tomnikova.
Alright.
It's a women's section. So let's switch it because we
sorry.
have the results. Alright, no problem.
Don't you think that this Fominik girl looks similar to our tennis player Ula Radwańska?
I have no...
That was my first thought when I came
I didn't see her, to be honest, I didn't see her. That's, you know,
you have to check her.
Yeah, I will write down her name even. Fominik, Maria Fominik. Alright. Okay, let's say a few words about that game. The floor is yours.
I don't know, I actually didn't see a lot. Okay, this opening is not my strong side.
The French with knight d2, yes? It's
okay,
the same
I play
position.
king's Indian with black, so maybe...
Not so far away, no?
Yeah. Okay, it's normal. I like white's position here. It's like 2 tempos up. Because black played e6 and then e5.
Yes, exactly. I think black should place a bishop not on e7 but on g7 immediately to make a fianchetto before, not bishop e7, e6
So
and bishop e7, but
here?
even here g6 and bishop g7.
G6?
Or c5 at first, knight c6 and then g6.
Maybe.
Something like that, because I don't like this idea, this whole idea.
So
Here,
maybe
here.
not to take on e4, just to hold the center.
But then I will play e5 and c4 or e5 queen e2 and c4 or e5 queen e2, and then I will just push the pawns on the king side, which might be also quite dangerous.
You're right, but maybe I have some play on the queen side.
Yes. It's a regular thing to play knight c6. DE isn't a good idea probably. But okay, let's look farther, yeah?
Yeah.
Here. White has got some problems with a bishop here. That's why she wanted to exchange it.
It's good
And
move.
now, knight a5. Now she doesn't allow to do it. b3. The bishop. I don't like so much this position for white. Sorry, because you know I don't see plan. What's the plan in such a position? How do you think? You played with black actually, yeah? The similar positions.
Yeah, okay, she may play maybe on white squares. She's strong on white squares. d5 and f5 are weakened a little bit, so maybe that's her, you know, strength in this position.
Alright, but namely the plan.
I don't
Move
know.
some moves, yeah? Because I'm not sure what to do. Knight ef5, for example. Sorry.
But then you made king h7 or...
Yes, and g6, yeah?
Yeah.
And still I've got some problems with a bishop on c1, yeah? Sorry, with a bishop on c1. Yeah, so I don't think it's so good for white.
Yeah, okay, but black's bishop on f8 is also
It's
not
also
the best
not a
one.
star, yeah.
So I think it's just...
About equality, yeah?
Yeah.
But good, it was good enough for black after the opening, yeah? I will be satisfied with black after the opening.
Yeah, definitely.
c4. Alright, now, because of the fact that queen stands on c6 and it takes away, I think b5, queen b7 was better. Now b5, with the idea of putting the queen on b7, and then you cannot play c4 with white because of knight c6, yeah? And the weakening of this pawn. Okay, sorry, but we have to come back to the game of Claudia Coulon, because as far as I see, she's piece up. I would like to see it, because the amount of luck she has in this tournament would be really,
Not only in this tournament, but I told you she likes such positions.
especially with a piece up. Yeah?
This is not
Whoa,
so bad.
it's not so easy that she's piece up. Maybe I think her opponent didn't see that Rook G2, the defense of the king.
But it's not so
It's not-
surprising.
yeah,
I
it's not
mean,
surprising. But okay,
it's
she could have played knight G5, for example. Yeah, simple.
or knight c3 maybe.
Yeah, knight C3. I don't understand why she did take on G3. It's really a surprise. Here, Rook G2 and now C5. What's going on? What the goose? Wow, Bishop C1 now. I think Katowice is just winning that game.
Maybe she
What
thought
terrible
maybe
mistake.
she thought she has queen h1 and then rook e2.
Maybe.
But still 8th rank is
Yeah.
weakened, so it doesn't
I
matter.
don't really get it.
It's women's chess, you know.
Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe that's the point. Yeah.
You can never understand what's going on. Okay, that's something.
Unbelievable. Okay, we'll look at it. Maybe we don't see something. You know, it's also possible. Such a position, I don't think so. Bishop C1 and why they just winning?
Yeah, there is nothing here, right?
Maybe some mistake in the broadcast, in the live broadcast, yeah, from the playing venue. Otherwise, I really don't understand it. Maybe it was knight G5 and then queen H3. I don't know, really.
Maybe, but
You should know much more about it.
I think it's just Claudia Coulon playing, and you know,
Right.
it's disaster for her opponent.
That's unbelievable. Yeah. We were talking about the
Fomenik Tomnikova.
Fomenik Tomnikova game.
Okay, we may just.
We should go there in a moment. And here we have our special guest, Jacek Tomczak from Poland, the Grandmaster, our regular guest. Hello.
Hi.
So you are playing today against
Our neighbor with Czech player.
Jan Krejci.
Yeah.
You are playing with black and you started with Caro-Kann defenses.
Yes, I surprised my opponent with this.
Not only him. Because I told everybody that you used to play d5 in the first move, then c5 last. Okay, d5 gave you a possibility to win the world championship under 16. So come
yes,
on,
it was.
you owe something this opening.
Oh,
Okay.
I played it the second round in French defense, so you see.
Unbelievable! You're developing unbelievably
Yes.
fast.
Very quickly.
Already after 10 years of playing Scandinavian defense, some other
More than
openings.
10 years.
All right. So, how was it?
Oh, he was surprised and he played something like knight f3 after it. It's rather rare line, yeah, of Caro-Kann. But they played it by white, so it was not a so big problem for me. And they chose the plan with g6, bishop g7.
It's
I
quite
think it's
quite smart.
interesting.
Yeah, quite smart not to put a knight from g8 anywhere. Yeah.
Yes. because
Wait for a position.
If you put the knight on f6, it's often a plan with g4, and white want to push pawns on king side.
And with a tempo, yes, with winning of tempo here, for
with
example.
the plan of bishop g2 and g5.
Yeah, exactly. That's why a3 g6 is more flexible.
Yes, it's very flexible, but from the other side, it's slightly passive. Yeah. I have, of course, the possibilities of f5 even in some positions, and it was very interesting, yeah, because it was tension in the center, and nobody knows how to solve it.
And how to react, how to solve properly. Here, 97, castle. It's a regular, very calm position actually.
Yes, I played it by white, I think.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure, but I think so. That I played with Polish Grandmaster Kamil Miton in short game. And after Queen b6, I played King h2 probably, with the plan of f4. I think that Rook d1 is slightly strange move, but on the other side, it's a danger of d4. it's not so easy because it's a danger of d4 and I cannot. No, by white.
By white, yeah.
By white, and I cannot take because of knight a4.
For example, let's take.
I want to know.
Let's take
okay,
a move, yeah,
A6,
stupid
yes,
move, yeah.
Yes, I thought about a6 or a5, so it's not so stupid. It's bishop d4, knight d4, and now it's a square for queen on h7.
Smart.
Yeah, too smart.
I make a random move. It's not so bad. I'm quite cool.
I think that more natural move for black is not a6, but rook a e8, and now probably d4 is possible. I thought about if f5, e5, c5, but probably it's not good for black.
Well, I think it's not so bad because it's just like a French defense without this moron on c8.
Yes, but I'm not sure.
Me neither.
Yeah, bishop on g7, knight on d7, they're not good.
Limited
pieces.
by the
yes,
pawn,
I'm limited by e5 pawn, and there are some plans connected with sacrifice the pawn on d4 and playing f4 of bishop f4.
Yeah, exactly. It's not so
I was not sure about this position and why I played instead of rook a e8.
Yeah.
I played now by myself d4.
Yeah, d4 now. Wait, we have to download the game once more because I did a mistake.
Okay.
we will do it in a moment.
I can tell you.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
It was knight b1.
Yes.
e5. It's a very important move because if I don't play it, it's f4, and on e5 it's f5, and on f5 it's e5.
All right.
Yeah?
So, for example, if we make a stupid move a6, now it should be
No, it's
stupid.
rather stupid, I think. Yes, it's
F4.
f4.
After e5, you play f5 and you sacrifice a pawn. but
probably yes. It's a chance. I'm not sure.
And after f5, you
It's
say
e5, I think.
e5. Also not very nice, yeah.
It's a good score for white bishop on b1 now because it can play
And
by
knight, you mean?
knight, yes, of course. To d2, to c4, to f3. I remember that in my game I finished with the knight on d1 in a similar position, and it was strictly limited. Yeah.
All right. So okay, you played e5, yeah?
Yeah, and my opponents played smart move knight d2. Not to play too fast f4, because after some moves like f5 and rook a e8, it's a problem for him.
Yes, he's undeveloped in.
Yes, and it's a problem with score g3. It's often a problem with score e3, yeah, for my knight. So
They are just waiting for the opening of the position.
yes.
All right, exactly. Okay,
My knights are in queue, I think.
Yeah, of course, for those points. Yeah, knight d2 then.
Oh, that's more difficult. Rook a e8.
All right.
And he surprised me.
We are checking Jacek's memory.
It's another good idea. And he surprised me because he played c3. But probably he's right. Because he cannot play on f4, so he have to develop on the other side.
F4 would be met by f5 still.
F4 it's still f5. You know, I wouldn't like to play f5 because it's not need for me, but he cannot play f4. Yeah, it's a interesting situation.
Yeah.
And after c3 I played knight c5. I wasn't sure about this move. Maybe you suppose something else.
But it's logical because pawn on d3 is weak now.
Yes,
so why not?
but I was afraid about taking on d4 and the structure. I'm not sure about it because...
How about taking on c3 and then knight c5?
Yeah, that was my idea too.
I'm losing a center. I wouldn't like to play it.
But do you have active play with your pieces?
Here is weakness. Here is bishop.
You can never play d4.
You get very very colorful, yeah.
I can even make yellow.
Then queen a6 or something?
Or turn round.
Maybe, but I wasn't sure about rook d1.
Yeah, queen c7 for example.
Why not queen a6?
Queen a5, queen a6.
Queen a6, maybe bishop f1.
Yeah.
And
okay.
Maybe supposed.
Adam.
Oh, if I cannot play d4, maybe it's interesting.
No, you cannot. Of course, you cannot.
Yes, of course, not in this moment.
Second and third time, in my opinion. Maybe knight c4, yeah.
Maybe.
f5, b5. Come on. Fire away.
And why not knight c8? Because the knight on e7 is very weak now,
Yes.
so...
Yes. It's a good idea to.
And
To
then
put
we
it on
can
the better, yeah.
exchange it.
But now maybe bishop g5 or bishop b3.
Bishop g5. I'll play rook d7. I think.
Yeah, bishop e3 is better.
So if
maybe.
rook d7, I play bishop e3.
And then a knight a4.
Knight a4. You're better than he is.
No.
You see more. Why don't you play here? Come on.
Oh, maybe queen c2. It's not so easy because now it's danger of d4.
Oh, well, it's a little, a small one, yeah.
And
It's
what
a small
about-
danger. Oh, knight e2 with the plan of knight b3.
No, I still like black. Okay, how would you like to defend that pawn?
Rook
Still.
bc1.
Okay, rook bc1. Maybe rook b6. No, I think it's not so bad for you. f5, for example. No,
You
it's
want to finish the
established.
analyzing? Good moment for me.
I always do so.
It's a danger of knight b3 and d4.
It's not that just like a thing. No, it's not that.
And white keeps the center.
Okay.
Okay, but return. Yeah, we
Yes,
are.
let's return. Knight c5, yeah?
I was very happy with my opponent's move because he played knight c4, and after queen d8 he has some problems with move knight b3.
Yeah.
He had to play probably queen c2.
C2,
It was this move, and I play queen. Sorry, knight e6.
Are you sure?
No. Typically, I know. But I wanted to protect my d4 score, and now my opponent has a problem with the structure.
And with the bishop on c1.
Oh, with the bishop also.
Because it cannot be developed on b2 by b4.
Yes, he cannot move the b4 pawn because of exchange, and from the other side, of course,
b4,
he cannot take on b4.
Yeah, exactly.
So he played a4.
a4.
And now I think it was a bad move
Choice
by
of
me. I think that I'm too safe in this position, and they played.
f5.
No, I wanted to make it more safer, and they played king h8 to protect the.
Go more. Chicken.
Oh, I protect the a2 to g8 diagonal, but
That's deep.
it's very deep. Yeah, it was a danger of
This
queen
one.
b3. Yes, this one. No, in the game after king h8, it was the move of queen b3.
So, you're a prophet.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
You know me.
A little bit, yeah.
Yes, I have to play.
Queen
I played queen d7, but I'm not sure.
b6, you think?
I don't know, because after queen d7, my opponent played h4, and the problem with the other day, you know.
Yeah.
And why not knight c5?
Because it was just here before, I think.
Yes, I like
But-
it on e6.
Yeah,
It
okay.
doesn't stay very bad, yeah, badly.
Okay.
So it
Yeah.
was queen b3 now, yes?
Queen b3, yes.
Alright. And queen d7, yeah? Maybe best. How about have you calculated b6?
No, I wasn't big in b6. It was not because of variations, it was because of ideas of from the one side in one moment, not now. It's a danger of a5. From the other side, still I cannot play f5 because of a danger that might.
Hangs on e6, yeah?
Yes, it hangs on a6. Yeah.
That's why queen d7 it has two aims, yes? Just to protect that knight on e6 with the idea of f5, and also to protect that pawn, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Which was
Yes.
under
Yes.
attack. Okay, queen d7.
Queen d7 and h4, and it's a very interesting moment because I played f5, and because of conquered variations, it was a problem for me. But I don't know that I have any other move.
Yeah. It's just like that. It's such a position, yeah. Because you don't know what to do actually. Because if you weaken your position, then the pair of bishops may be really, really strong, but you have to do a move.
Yes,
That's
yes.
the worst part of chess.
It's still a danger of bishop h3, and all my pieces are prepared for f5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
So
Somehow sometime you will have to do it.
yes.
Why not that?
I thought only that my opponent wants to play bishop h3, but he surprised me, and he didn't play it. Yeah, he took on f5. I have to take by pawn, of course, because in the other way I have a problem with e4 square.
No, after knight
No,
f5,
I cannot with queen.
No, not yet. Not
yet.
in that life. Yeah.
Maybe even knight d2 at once. I'm not sure about this move, but
this idea, I think, because now it would be this knight c5 dc, yeah.
and I haven't seen the other pawn march for me.
Yeah.
My
It will be
pawns
weak
are
probably.
quite
Yeah?
passive now.
But on the other hand, this one is also quite weak, knight c5 and so on. Yeah?
Yes, of course. My position, I think it's so good that I shouldn't be afraid of even taking by knight, but I wouldn't like to do it.
All right, gf, okay.
And rook e1. And I think it's a critical moment in the game because it hangs on e5, and I saw some ideas for me. I'm very interested in what computer shows now.
Yeah, everybody is in the studio.
Yeah. Because if I protect it in a good way, it's a better position for me. And if I cannot do it, and I try to complicate or go to the ending like in the game, maybe it's not good for me. So it's a critical moment. I'm completely not sure what I should do.
How about knight c5 now?
I played and queen c2.
I play like grandmaster.
You are a grandmaster, yeah.
All right. What's further?
Now I thought about three ideas. One of it was e4, and it's a very good move to analyze, but not to play.
All right, yeah, because every time it's nice to give some pieces away.
Yes,
if you are
of
analyzing.
course.
It's not yours actually, and during the game you are really afraid of it. You have to be aware that you are responsible for your pieces.
Yes, I'm
you are a
responsible
king
for
of
my
your
pieces. Yes,
your
and,
kingdom.
Main problem is that after, of course, white I think have to take on e4. It's a very smart move d3,
Yes,
but nothing
interjection.
matters. It's queen d1 and probably take. And I thought about the position of take on e4, take on e4, take on e4. It looks good for me, but I haven't seen squares for my pieces.
Yes, especially knight e7 is really limited.
Yes, it's.
I don't see any path, any really path to improve his position.
Yes, on f3, on e2, on g4.
There are plenty of bad squares in white's camp, but come on.
But white it's rather fast, I think, in this position.
Yeah,
yes,
bishop
it's
g5,
bishop
yeah.
g5, bishop
it's all- it's
f4 even, yeah.
It's all that
the end.
white needs, so you would have to be very quick.
I was very afraid of this position, but I'm not sure what computer shows now. Maybe queen d5, I thought about this in the position during the game.
So far, wow.
So far, but what next? Queen e1 even?
Right, queen
Why not rook g4 and then bishop e3 and then to take
rook
on
g4, I
g7?
wasn't sure about h5, but now I see knight e3.
Oh,
So maybe you are right. Maybe rook g4 it's easier. If you see h5 to knight e3.
It's not so easy.
okay.
Yeah, it's quite convincing. Right. All right. So e4 was quite a risky.
That's very risky. From the other side, I wanted to play a knight d5, and it looks very good for me because white cannot take on d4 because of the move a knight b4. You are too fast.
I do my best.
Yes, but from the other side, after knight d5, I very don't like the variation before. I thought about knight d3 and e4 also, but
Cool style.
I think it's too much style, yeah.
Come on.
And something like queen c2, d3, but maybe
And then
queen f1.
c3?
Queen b3. Yeah.
Queen f1 immediately after e4.
Right.
Yeah, maybe queen f1.
And if now knight takes c3?
Okay, it's 2 pawns. Yeah. Bishop,
only two.
bishop b2. I have some problems.
Sorry.
Bishop b2, and I still have some problems with my king. I think it's not so safe on h8. Yeah. In a lot of variations, something changes. My king it's also and not safe, so
I
cannot...
think it's not enough for
Yes,
you.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I think it's not enough. From the other side, after b4, I cannot play the natural move knight a6, because white now a6
Hey,
is retired.
sorry. Yours?
Because of b5 with the plan of bishop a3.
Oh, wow.
And I know that this position is critical, but I haven't seen a good line for me.
Yeah, if you don't see, you cannot play it actually, yeah?
Yeah.
If you're not sure.
That's
So why I played
logical.
now, I take on c3,
Smart. Yeah?
knight e5, bishop e5, rook e5, queen d3.
Not here, stupid computer.
If knight e3, it's probably rook e3.
Alright.
Queen c3,
Yeah.
queen c3, bc3. And it was very, very important that I cannot now play
Knight
knight
d-
b3, because after knight b3 it's a smart move, bishop h6.
Unpleasant one.
Unpleasant one. I cannot play rook f6 because of bishop h5, g5.
G5,
Yeah.
Or even rook a1, yeah?
Oh, maybe even.
Or bishop g5 is better.
Probably.
It's winning actually. Yeah, it's winning actually. Yeah, you cannot do it.
And it was very unpleasant for me, so I have to play knight d3 instead of it.
Mm-hmm.
e3. It was rook e3, rook e3, takes, but rook e3 was a very, very bad move, because if my opponent plays a move like rook e6, I think he has better position. I have to take on c1, yeah?
Mm-hmm. And 95, I think it's better draw.
Uh,
It's very hard to obtain after 95, but still, I think it would be the maybe you can.
Probably it will be a draw, but you know it's very unpleasant to play it in practical game.
Yeah.
Especially I was short of time.
Mm-hmm. You're looking for the draw.
Yes, I have to play. I think something like knight c8, rook e1, takes, king g7. I'm very passive. I would like to play it, yeah, but I have to.
It's not your dream, probably.
Yes, it's not my dream.
One of the positions of your dream.
So-
Yes, but
Where was the mistake?
I don't know. my opponent, what's in my opponent's move? Yeah, rook e3.
No,
My mistake.
yeah.
Earlier, I'm not sure.
He says that.
I think that in this position, it's a good option for me, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, maybe there's somewhere here. Huh? It's very hard to say.
Maybe some attack moves like f4. I don't know. I'm trying to complicate only. Okay.
But after f4,
But
you
I
also
think
open this file for a bishop.
yeah.
Not now, immediately. But
yes, you're
it's
right.
very unpleasant.
Okay.
Here's something here. Huh?
Because all my moves were logical, and in this
You
moment,
should be okay.
everything broke for me. Yeah. So I think it was a critical moment.
All right, let's move forward because we have plenty of games to see.
Yes,
also.
I know.
I know. Okay, how was it here?
No, it's not this.
It was rook
Yes,
e3.
and it was a bad move, rook e3, because on take.
F4, yeah.
Yes, it's f4. Probably my opponent haven't seen that after rook e4. It's interesting because he offered a draw now, and he haven't remembered that it's 30 moves of white. Yeah,
So
he
you
cannot.
cannot.
Yeah, we cannot
Green.
draw, but I take on g3 and I offer a draw.
Oh, smart.
Yeah, very smart.
I'm really proud of you.
Probably he forgets that he cannot play rook e1 because I take on f2. But if you earlier, yeah, if you played rook e3, it's not so easy to see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the final position, it's an easy draw, because after taking, I play knight f5.
Yeah. So finally, we have a square for knight from
Yes,
e7. Yes. It's
yes.
The second move of that knight, I think.
You got it. I have a score on f5, and I danger on g3. I have a score e3. I can return on d6. Yeah, my knight is
So
active
it's
now, so
finally,
it's a draw.
Yeah.
Now it's an easy draw, not worse draw,
Yeah.
as we say in Poland.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. All right.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We wish
I
you
go for a
luck.
rest.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Thank you very much. Well, what do you think about the game?
About his game?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it was. I'm not sure about this f5 and then taking with g pawn because, okay, it looks logical, but you know, knight on e7 is really passive, so.
Maybe just instead of f5, putting rook b in knight c8 and then d6.
Yeah,
maybe.
I was
Something
thinking
like
about this because I really don't like this knight.
It's things, yeah. So we come back with
At Claudia's game.
Claudia Coulon's game, where she's piece up, piece brothers.
What happened here?
We had this position here. Yeah, here bishop b2, quite a logical move to
Yeah, sure.
move to the long diagonal, just winning. Queen c6, a little trap. Queen b7, I told you, a little trap. So now probably she cannot take on g3 because of bishop g7 or what?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe because of queen g7, rook g7, and now rook g7. And you cannot stop this monster from playing
Yeah, I think
rook
you're
g3.
right.
I think that's the point. So that's why she couldn't take it. h5 and g4. So there is a threat of rook h2.
Yeah, I think it's just the end.
Because look, let's make some stupid move of black, huh? Just to show that what happens here, and I can take on g4. Or can't I? It's also not so easy.
Okay, and if I take on h5,
Alright, king g8.
queen d5,
Okay, rook f7.
and now to take on g4.
Oh, it's pinned. I haven't seen it. I have some problem with pinning, I must tell you, you know?
Really?
Yeah, this tournament, not with knights, but with pinning. Alright, so, yes, there is a threat. There is a threat. I thought...
Yeah,
maybe
but there is none.
there is none. Queen h4 was played. Queen h4.
Okay, she gave a piece in... I don't know.
Okay, how about even queen d5 or rook h2, yeah? I think this one.
Maybe she can even take on h5.
No?
Or... Okay, I mean even to take.
Yeah, even.
But what about rook
H2.
rook h2? Yeah, again.
Okay, queen g5 probably.
And maybe rook takes h5.
No, I think this. Oh, and then take
Oh,
on
no,
g7.
no, okay.
I think.
I
like
miscalculated this. And I don't know, h4 is the only move.
Yeah, probably h4 because if rook h6, then rook bishop c1, of course we have.
Yeah,
And here h4.
but okay.
Still, it's waiting for a while.
It's just
So
nothing
Claudia
here.
got lucky, I think, the second time in a row. Of course, let's look at the time, alright? I think it will be also quite interesting.
Yeah, you have to change the game.
Exactly.
No, it's just
It's much
nothing.
better time for Claudia. She's got almost 20 minutes and her opponent only 8 minutes 30 seconds. So I think Claudia Coulon will win and she'll get 4 points out of 4. An outstanding result after 4 games, of course. And before the 5th round, which will be held also today in the afternoon, she will be really satisfied with her result. She has played after queen h4. She has played in this position, in that position. She has played queen h4, e4, sorry. Which is also quite a tricky thing.
Okay, she just came back to the center and she's piece up,
Yeah.
so
She centralized her queen, and now
yeah,
she just
with
waits
threats.
for it. Yeah, better time, better position. It's all you need.
Yeah.
All you need is love at this end. Here it's enough to...
But better position is even more than that.
Than love?
No, I'm joking.
Alright, so I think she will win. Okay, let's move to the number 2 where 2 Russians are fighting. Oh,
A lot has changed.
yes, a lot has changed. c4. That's why I thought about queen b5 and queen b7 instead of queen c6 now, yeah? We're talking about it.
Yeah, she did the same actually, just in 2 moves.
quite a complex position. Both players have very nice
Knights.
knights on d5 and d4. So, f4.
But this d4 is better because White's king is weakened, I think. I think Black's position is better.
I would say it's very double-edged position because there were some problems with knights with bishop on e6, and
Yeah.
if you take on d5, I will be very satisfied with white. Bishop g2.
Yeah, I
bc,
don't want to
bc.
take it.
It's not so easy, I think.
It's complicated.
Yeah, really. There is a big tension. A threat of knight e7 check or knight f6. King has to go on h8. Bishop a3, queen c6. Look, queen doesn't have a very good point, yeah?
Yes, he's just
She
walking.
goes to a4. She cannot. Being honest, I don't understand bishop a3 and coming back. Okay, let's leave it.
Okay, now White has.
You understand why did she take on d5 now? Why didn't she play rook? Okay, b8. I think white is better because knight on d5 is much more dangerous on the king side, yeah?
Yeah,
That's
but maybe let's look what was her idea. She took and then rook db8. Maybe she thought she has some play there. Maybe she evaluated that these pawns are not so dangerous.
Yeah, the return of a bishop. Now, rook ac1. Very nice one. I think it's a very good move. Just to put all your pieces into game. She sacrificed a pawn, but the pair of bishop needs some space, yeah? And there is the threat of bishop c5 now. It's really tough
Maybe
position for Tomnikov, I think. Really hard position. What should she do?
Yeah, White's pieces are consolidated.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything is just fine.
And black has really got a problem now. Because after c4, white will just simply take on e5 and I would like take on d4. And two centralized pawns, I think I'm
it's
winning
not so
actually.
bad.
What's the
With
time
the
in
pair
here?
of bishop.
What's the time in here? It's also quite interesting. This is very important factor. White has got only 38 seconds. 38 seconds till the end, and every time she will obtain only 30 seconds per move. So, how was it further? Rook ac1, queen a5, bishop c5, rook b2.
And this queen a5 was tricky move.
92. And she gave her exchange. It was a good idea, of course. And now such a position is very tense. Maybe queen a5. Maybe I didn't see that move, to be honest. Let's wait. Let's go here, okay? It's very annoying move. What to do with white? I thought she should be already winning, actually. It turns out that she will fight for a draw.
Maybe it's not so
It's
bad
not so bad,
there.
yeah.
But she has a little time, so...
Yeah, only 38 seconds for white. And black has got plenty of time to think. 20 minutes. And 30 seconds for white. That might be very important factor in that position.
Yeah, I think that
Because
will be
it's quite-
crucial, actually.
Yeah, it's very sharp position. Okay, they played bishop c5, rook b2, queen f1, knight e2, fe, knight c1. And now if I take on c1, then I will lose my pawn on e5. And she took it.
And maybe bishop d6?
Now bishop
no.
d6, yeah?
No, I think after rook c1, bishop e5.
Oh, to play
And-
now bishop d6, yeah?
Yeah, but... not
After
sure.
bishop d6 there will be a draw for sure.
Yeah, queen, yeah, and then at first I take on g6, and then h6, and then
No, I will go
d6.
on h7. I will not let you go there.
Okay.
Here,
Yeah, right, maybe it's
and
better.
now it will be probably a perpetual check.
Yeah, in that position, or queen d6 and maybe some rook c7 is.
I can play always rook b1, yeah?
Yeah, right.
Just to exchange the...
Yeah, yeah.
Or rook b7 at first.
And the bishop e4 now?
Now bishop e4, rook h2.
Ah, rook h2. Sorry.
Yeah, you're on black square now, yeah?
No. No, okay, it's queen b6.
Oh, queen b6 and then rook f8 wins.
Yeah. No, okay.
Once more pinning, yeah?
I think this perfect.
See why I cannot see it? It's not so easy to find such a move.
And what bishop g6?
King h8?
It's king g8.
G8.
Ah, right. Oh, I thought it's played.
Alright, but still it's quite interesting. Let's see how did they play.
It's interesting.
Black is thinking, yes, she's got some time. Okay, let's move further, I think, to the third board of Dink against Eric. Dink has got a very nice position with a pawn up on the same. Queen c4 was played, queen b2 and bishop c5 I think will be played, and I think it's already the end. It should be already the end. Queen f7, king h8, and what's now? How to win easily? Queen g6 for sure. I will take all the pawns and then I'll think about it.
And then you'll start to analyze.
It's nothing to be analyzed. It's just over.
Yeah.
Let's move further. Zhang already won against Brazilian Juliana Terrao.
Oh yeah, I saw the game when I was in the playing hall.
So let's see and the games that are still played. Klitschkova stands much better against Sun. For sure her time is much better also. Queen f6. The pawn f2 is for sure very, very dangerous. On the other hand, we have opposite colored bishops, so it might be a factor that will affect the result. But still, I think that the Russian will win this game.
But I think even the fact that their opposite colors bishop favors black, because
she's attacking. Yeah?
She's attacking, and
exactly.
white has no threats actually. So
yeah, only defense. Let's look at the time. It's also quite in this tournament. The time is really a very important factor. Anna Gashik won against Bela Orehak.
Yeah, and black is.
White is running out of time, so I think black will manage to win that game. Of course, it's not so easy as queen d2 was played. Queen d2. It's still not so easy, but for sure black is really nearer to the victory than white to the draw.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see further. Anna from Poland, Anna Gashik won against Spela Orehak. She was okay, I can see that she was a piece up, so it's really, but still I think black wasn't so bad in that position. But something has to happen. Here already white is much better. F5 I think it's a blunder. I think c6 should be played, something like that, instead of f5. I don't like this idea because the e4 square occurs to be taken by the knight from d2. Yes, let's look at it. Here and knight d2. So I just win a square for a knight on e4, and a6 pawn is weak. So together I think it's enough to say that white had an advantage.
Yes, f5 actually gave a play for white, not for black. So
I think c6, something like that, should have been played.
Anyway, I prefer white here.
Really? I will already choose black.
Because I can double my rooks on a file. A6 pawn is.
Maybe I will play a5. Just to play a4. Something like that. I think that it's not an advantage for white. It's not so bad for white, but still I don't think that after opening.
I think it's complicated position.
Yeah, but still I think after the opening you shouldn't be dissatisfied when you obtain such a position with black.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Okay, let's move to the men's section. In a moment we will see the men's section. I'm really interested in the game from the fourth board, when top seed Saman Sugiro from Russia is playing against you, and also the second board is very interesting in my opinion. Evandro Barbosa from Brazil is playing against Ivan Bukavshin from Russia. The representative of Russian Federation who's got the best result yet till now. And so let's look at it. Let's look at the first board. Let's try to look at the first board. Sugirov. It's a fourth board, but let's look at the first board now. Bernaszek Świercz is already a draw. I thought that Darek had some chances, but still it wasn't so easy. He was actually I think here he was quite okay.
Yeah.
Like after the opening, the Greenfield defense with Bishop G5. But still, it's not so easy. Yeah? I thought it would be easier for him. But after Bishop B7, he could have played Bishop B7, something like that.
And
we have Claudia Kulon in our studio. Please welcome her with a great applause. All right.
Thanks.
We have one, yes.
Yeah.
I think you.
congrats.
All right. The floor is yours, Anna.
No, why?
Yes, yes.
What happened? What was it? Knight G3.
I don't know. I don't know what she saw.
Wait,
I don't know.
we'll give you a microphone in a moment. All right. So let's do it in Polish. Sorry. Może być po polsku.
No, także
No już zadałam pytanie.
no miałam po prostu dużo szczęścia w tej partii.
So
Podpaliłam
Claudia says
pionkę.
she's very lucky. She was without a pawn.
Więcej szczęścia niż rozumu.
More luck than wisdom, than brain.
No i się udało po prostu. No, tam
Just like.
Po prostu
po prostu nie widziałam
wywarłaś
skoczek
presję na
F6.
niej.
Myślałam, że skoczek F4. Tam tutaj, no skoczek F4 tylko liczyłam, że jakieś tam hetman F3, koń H3, jakieś niby.
Claudia was calculating only knight F4, queen F3, and knight H3, yeah?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Tak.
And this one was a really big surprise for you.
No i tu muszę już oddać pionka, bo inaczej bez jakości, bo grozi skoczek E4.
White has to give up a pawn, because after queen B1, yeah?
Mhm.
You will take on here, and even
Nice.
bishop H3.
Tak.
And white
Koniec.
has to give away his exchanges, losing actually. That's why D5 was the only move now.
No i przeszłam do gorszej końcówki, tak, bez pionka.
The endgame was just worse and without a pawn.
Ale chyba obie bardzo słabo grałyśmy tą partię, bo... tę partię, bo jeszcze po ruchu wieża D1. No nie wiem, czy mogę się pochwalić takim ruchem. O, tutaj koń C3 było.
Knight
I ja dopiero
C3.
po ruchu zobaczyłam.
Knight C3 was winning in one move. Unbelievable luck of Claudia.
Także naprawdę... Więcej szczęścia niż rozumu.
Unbelievable. Claudia saw it only after a move. So, unbelievable. Probably your opponent was afraid of you. Alright.
Rok temu wygrałam z nią na uniwersjadzie, także może się
One
nie
year
bała.
ago in
Czuła
Kazan in
respekt.
Universiade, maybe she was afraid because Claudia won against this opponent last year in Kazan at the Universiade. So maybe that's why, but still, I think Knight C3 wasn't so hard to be found.
I agree.
Nie było takie trudne do znalezienia skoczek za moim zdaniem.
No nie było, ja po ruchu tak się... aż gorąco mi się zrobiło po prostu.
Ojej.
No ale później jakoś bardzo dziwnie to realizowała.
Tak jakoś zeszła z linii F w ogóle, no nie?
powinna
Też tak
trzymać
mi się
na-
troszkę nie
na F.
podobało.
Skoczka
Ale...
jakoś przez G4 może jakoś, czy właśnie tak jak zrobiła przez F6, E4, no ale nacisk na punkcie F2 powinien być, bo mój koniec...
Probably you should put a pressure on F2 pawn, not to play rook Fe8 so on. It's a weird decision.
Nie można bić na C6, tak, bo
Of course, you cannot take on C6.
wieża E1, konie 3.
And very nice trick, knight E3. And with mate in the next move. Alright. So rook F1 was the only move. Jedyny ruch, tak?
No nie, hetman C4, ale to bezpiecznie wieża F1.
Mhm.
Szachów na E1 nie było. No i hetman C4, no już tak muszę próbować tego pionka jakoś zdobyć.
Yeah, the only counterplay will be connected with a pawn.
Te pionki C i D niby wolniaki, ale ruszyć się nie mogą, ani jeden, ani drugi tak na razie.
None of pawns C or D can move, so it's not so easy.
Mówiłam, że lubisz takie pozycje, wierzyłam w ciebie.
Yeah.
Dziękuję.
Alright.
No i tutaj, no, jakieś olśnienia dostała, nie wiem, naprawdę.
Yeah, terrible blackout by black. Terrible blackout, I think.
Wieża G2 nie widziała na pewno, bo się zdziwiła po wieża G2.
Yes, she didn't see rook G2 earlier, I told you about. So probably that was the reason. Rook G2, she thought she would win already. She could mate. Rook G2.
Coś tak już, jak odchodzi skoczkiem, zamiast bić na G3, to już koń, nie wiem, koń G5 na przykład, czy tam...
A koń C3? Myślałam o koń, znaczy w sensie, nie
Koń
wiem.
C3?
Nie wiem, coś tam na E2 jeszcze wskoczę, nie?
Tak, ale na razie jeszcze nic nie grozi, mogę chyba zabić na A5.
No to koń E2.
Nie król G2?
Dama
Dama
już
H3.
to nie mogę, tak.
To już
So
jest
it
nieprzyjemne.
was also playable knight C3.
A, hetman C4 chyba chciałam
Maybe
wrócić na
queen
skoczka.
C4 now.
No.
Probably doesn't have a good square about D5.
No, z powrotem musi, no to ja z
She has
powrotem...
to return.
A hetman A7 jakieś?
Na co się sobie, a dalej się skoczy wisi.
No wiem, ale... A jakieś dama...
E3.
No... Ale
Queen free?
to chyba trochę zbyt optymistyczne, nie?
Maybe a little bit too optimistic, yeah.
No. Queen C6 even maybe.
Queen C6, yeah.
Albo, ale teraz no to skoczek E2 jeszcze? Albo...
It's quite risky for white. It's quite terrible to play it.
No, mogę chyba zabić na D6.
No,
Czy
to
nie mogę?
wiesz.
No to... Aha.
Bo to
tak-
takie
tak
paki
właśnie-
zastawiło właśnie.
Tak właśnie
To
chciałam.
hakrudy, wiadomo. Just for
To
the
może
trick.
zamiast król H1 po szachu, król G2. Na E2 nie możesz, a omijam te...
Mhm. So it wasn't so bad already after knight after f3, yeah. You have to do something with that knight, and as you can see, after knight c3, it's not so easy. It looked as if it was really an easy game for black, but it turns out that now already it's not so easy. And of course, knight g3 is a great blackout of black. I think that the Mongolian player didn't see rook g2 now.
Jeszcze C6 był błędem, już pomijając to koń C3. Myślę, że ona powinna po prostu grać jakoś przez B6. Tak.
Probably now black should play Claudia
Może nie
says
teraz, ale ogólnie w przyszłości przez B6, koń B4 i po prostu pionkiem dojechać.
the idea of Claudia says that the idea of black should be just to push somehow not now push pawn on b6 and then to go on b4 and then play d5 and so on. Maybe it was better than this c6.
Ale wtedy ona postawi gońca na D4, a pionek C7 jest słaby też, nie?
No tak, tylko też jak się ruszy skoczkiem, to mam motywy przez B6.
Being honest, the best idea would be to play knight c3.
No dobrze, w tym
Yeah,
momencie
knight
tak.
C3 is not so bad. Maybe she also realized that she could have played it and then she was just, you know, annoyed or
Jak
something.
dużo czasu wtedy miałyście?
30 minut? Może nawet nie, nawet chyba więcej. Nie, to po
More
prostu...
than 30 minutes each player had in that position and she didn't see it.
Ja widziałam.
Claudia after move saw it, but still it was too late for you and
Jest.
unbelievable luck. I wish you such a great amount of luck in the next games because really I'm impressed.
Wczorajsza tak samo była.
Yeah, yesterday it was almost the same. Not so much, not so many luck, but still a lot of. Okay, so I would like to wish you best. You're the only player who have 4 out of 4. Claudia jest jedyną zawodniczką, która ma 4 z 4. Także no, jesteśmy na razie z niej dumni. Trzymamy kciuki na pewno i powodzenia.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Dzięki. So, how about a break? Anna?
I think it's quite a good idea.
Yeah, then you will start to speak your French, yeah? See you soon. Visit
See ya.
our Facebook website www.facebook.com/chess2014. Subscribe our YouTube channel 13th World University Chess Championship. See you in a moment. Welcome back to the live video broadcast from the 13th World University Chess Championship. I'm sitting here in the studio with lovely person, women international master Anna Ivanov, who will helping me today. Anna, we have only 10 games together in both tournaments left, 6 of them in men's competition and 4 in women. What is very interesting that more games are won by black in the men's section and more games are won by white in women's section. It's quite different, quite strange in my opinion, because I thought that women would like to counter-attack, so the result of black should be better.
Yeah, actually in my games, okay, I have better results with black. So you were right.
So I don't understand it. Okay, but let's move to the games that are still being played. Let's look at the game from board 5. Maciej Klekowski from Poland is playing against much better player, okay, much higher rated player, Zaven Andriasyan from Armenia. He's trying to defend himself. What do you think? Will he manage to do it?
I was going to ask you the same.
So,
I don't know. I think, okay, practically it's very hard to play it, but okay, it should be a draw or not.
yeah, I think so. Let's look at the time, because it can be a very important factor. Where are they? Where are they?
Fifth board.
Such a position. Bishop c4 was played.
Okay, they are both running out of time.
Yes, only 53 seconds for Maciej Klekowski, and his opponent
Has
after
1 minute.
move 1 minute 23 seconds. So really, they are running out of time. Maybe there is a little trick that after bishop c8, black wants to play bishop d5 check. Is that a trick or not really? To king f1.
And something like, oh, I can
Rook
wait.
h5 will be met by bishop g4. So maybe after rook c8, of course it's very hard to play such a move when you don't have any time actually. But I think
Okay, but what's the black's plan? You know what?
it was rook d6 was played. Yes, it's very hard to show that you should win, because I was just staying with a bishop on the long diagonal,
yeah.
not to allow to give a mate, and then that's all actually. I think it would be a draw, which would be quite a surprise, because Andriasyan was really higher rated player. So
Yeah,
he
the
will be
difference
really.
is quite big, but
On the other hand, he was very lucky yesterday, I must tell you. Probably you haven't seen it, but okay. Let's
No,
move to the
yesterday
game.
I'm not.
Very interesting game on the 10th board, played by our representative Michał Olszewski against Lu. Look at the position. It's unbelievably, it's crazy. And of course, let's look at the time. I'm really interested in the time now. Queen f8. King f8 check, so white is winning. I haven't seen
so
it.
it's not so interesting.
It was really, believe me, it was an interesting, and white won against really unbelievable. Michał Olszewski
Such a
lost his
shame.
game, yeah. Look at that position, it was really a sharp game, I tell you.
Yeah, I liked his position after the opening in the middle game. I think it's okay.
Yeah, look, here, 92. I've seen Michał thinking about this position, and he was really surprised about something. He has got, for a second, his eyes were really big, so he was really absorbed by this position. And the problem, I think, a mistake that he has made, is that he started to think, because he's
Yeah, I think that's always a mistake.
yeah, that's always the mistake, and he told us that his plan for this tournament is not to think too much and just to play and wait for the opponent's mistakes. But maybe this was not the best solution now. And such a position occurred. It's really not so clear. 96, rook f8 and ed.
And what do you think about this position?
The general rule is such a position when two rooks are playing against queen is that the side sorry, which can attack opponent's king should be better. And I think that I would evaluate that position as better for black, because I think that the white king can be in a bigger trouble.
But okay, as for now, the knight on d6 is very active, and you're not really able to, play with your rooks yet, at least.
Maybe rook
So, I
b8
don't
was
know.
a good idea now, but I'm still not sure. It's very complex position.
Yeah, because after rook b8, queen has no place on d4 yet. So
Alright, let's look further. ed, queen d4, rook d7, rook bishop c6 is the only move, because otherwise black would double his rooks on d file and just win. But let's look further. I just thought it's still being played, that's why.
yeah, can you see the rook remained on f8?
Yeah, f8. Yeah, but still the king has some problems. Unbelievable.
And I don't
It's very
know.
interesting. I'm not sure what's going on here, but here, of course, white is winning. Okay, let's look further. Maybe we have a result in the game of Maciej Klekowski against Zaven Andriasyan. We shall see it. In the women's section, there is an exciting game. We will see it in a moment. Not much has been changed in the game of Maciej Klekowski against Zaven Andriasyan. They are running out of time. It's very tense. It is only the first round. So look, it's the board number. Sorry, I cannot see it now.
It's
9. It's a board number 9. It's 1-0 already. We are not too fast. We are not allowed to. We are not prepared for such a blitz.
If she had Matw's position, she had isolated pawn.
Yes, look at here. I think
Yeah.
it's clear advantage for black.
Yeah, but then something must have happened. Okay, she's higher rated. She sacrificed an exchange.
She sacrificed an exchange, but I don't believe it's correct one.
Okay, she took 2 pawns. But here, no, definitely she shouldn't be winning,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Okay,
White
maybe
shouldn't win
something
such a
like a
position.
draw, but
But on the other hand, king goes to attack, so it's not so easy for black either.
yeah.
So it wasn't so easy.
But
Maybe
even
rook
here,
c3, yeah? Just to go to the rook endgame. Maybe it should be drawish. After rook a2 and rook a4, I will just want to take an a pawn and then to just switch it to c and a, yeah? But okay, it's not so easy. So it wasn't so easy, yeah? And
Yeah.
especially with the time. Do we have any other game left? I'm quite curious. Now.
so that was nice sacrifice
Yeah,
of
it was
white.
nice sacrifice, yes. Maciej Klekowski is still fighting against Zaven Andriasyan. I think it's one of the last games in this round. Rook d5. I think I will just take on d5 and make a draw here.
This is a draw.
And just put a king
Yeah,
on
this
g1 and
must
that's
be
all.
draw.
Yeah, that must be a draw. Of course, it's still only black can do something with that. But I think that even after rook d5, king g1, the idea of black would be for sure here check king g1, bishop f3 to go with a king to somewhere here.
And then?
And then I don't know yet. I do my best to figure it out.
But it looks nice,
It
right?
looks nice. That plan looks nice, but I think it will be a draw. It is such a position occurred in the game, maybe. I don't know yet. But Andriasyan would love to play further. Did he take? Yes, he did take, and for sure he will play king g1, bishop f3, and bishop d7. Over 60 moves already done. King f1 doesn't make any difference actually. Or maybe I will go with the king on h4 and then play g3. But still, white is not forced to take on a g3, yeah?
Yeah, I can just do nothing. Right?
Yeah. So something like that will occur, I think. King f6, king f1. I will just go here, huh? And if the king will move from g5, I will just take on g3 and it will be totally dead draw.
And if bishop g4, does it?
Yes, bishop g4 now.
And then I just run away with the king.
I don't want this opponent.
And we have a winner of that nice game that we have just seen with this sacrifice on b6.
So you, come on, please come. The floor is yours, Anna.
Hello, Maria.
Hi. In a moment we'll show your game and then probably we'll say some few words about it.
I know you didn't like your
Where is it?
position.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay, that was the opening. I think we may skip it.
Yeah, we
or-
may skip the opening. It's nothing really
it's
special, no?
Something normal. So here,
Endgame.
the endgame with the isolated pawn, right?
Yeah, I have two bishops, but my black bishop is not so good, I think. I think it's equal, but when a knight comes to d5, it's a killer knight, and it's hard to find any plans there.
But actually, you have only one weakness, so
Yeah,
maybe
of
it's
course.
drawish. Okay, it's better
think
for
it's
black.
drawy, yeah.
It's easier to play,
Easier.
but okay, maybe. Okay, she put her knight on d5.
Yeah, right. e3. And there, instead of rook e7, maybe she should have played rook e4.
Here, huh?
Instead
Yeah.
of because it happened later in the game.
Yeah,
so why
and
not?
I think I have to come back bishop c2 and rook e7. She's just winning a tempo.
Mm-hmm. In comparison with the game.
But
now.
does it matter?
It's hard to say.
Okay.
Okay, let's go further.
Yeah, to take knight is this e3. It's of course not. It's very bad, and I'm just blocking before square, and I have an idea to somehow bring rook b3, rook c4, and try, as I did in the game. We shall see. I think that was my only idea here.
Okay, here.
Yeah, it's hard to find any other plan actually.
Yeah, g3 because I had knight f4 was.
You know, here I was thinking maybe about knight e7. Is it possible?
Knight e7.
And then knight f5. But
I don't think
have to look
it's
after your-
making
So I
a
think
big
you have
difference. Knight
to look
f5.
after your rook and e4.
and what after knight f5?
Knight f5.
Rook
maybe.
d2 and then on e3
You're
maybe.
not going to take on e3. That's the point.
Why? I want to take on.
Because my bishop is very.
Very
Okay,
big, yeah.
at
Yeah.
first
Even here, I think I can do. I can go even here. No, c3. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It's a good. I think it's good for me even.
Yeah.
Such a
Because
position.
I'm
Yeah,
thinking
yeah,
about
here
how
it's
to
okay.
get rid of that
Bishop,
bishop.
yeah. Exactly. So I don't know. It's
Yeah,
hard to
I think it's draw.
obtain more.
Yeah.
Yeah, for black. Maybe in Karpov's hands it would be something, but I don't know.
Not in ours.
Yeah, not in ours for sure. Okay, let's go further.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, you just play
Yeah,
something.
rook c1. I'm trying to do something like. G6.
Maybe black should play f5, g5,
Yeah, but I'm putting
f4.
h4.
Yeah, it's not easy. Okay.
I think it's really draw.
Should be draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, during the game you felt that you don't stay very well. I think.
Yeah, of course.
You weren't satisfied
Yeah,
after
with,
the opening.
with
yeah?
white.
Especially, yeah. Especially that you were playing against weaker player,
Yeah, yeah.
lower rated player. Yeah? All right, let's go
So
further.
here already, were you thinking about giving this exchange?
No, yeah, I was coming
No.
from, but my idea was rook c4, bishop d2,
Mm-hmm.
a4, to
Attack this-
force a5,
Yeah.
and I thought I will do something there because a5 is already not
Weakness,
so,
yes.
yeah.
Rook b5 occurs something.
Yeah, but after
attacking.
rook b5, every way she had c6, but I have some more ideas there.
Yeah, of
after
course,
A5.
it's much nicer for you.
Yeah.
All right, rook 87, rook c4, just
Rook
so
C4,
your idea
rook
was
E8,
okay.
Yeah, king f1 to protect E line somehow, maybe. Who knows?
f5, h4
F5.
against g5, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, rook f8
Bishop d2.
and a4, yeah.
A4.
So your plan did work.
And now I decided to just give it.
And
Change.
how did you felt about this position after?
I
After
think,
rook b6?
I thought I will not lose here.
Ah,
Because
okay.
at least I can put my bishop on e5.
Yeah.
But here bishop h6 I don't like it. Maybe bishop f4 was better.
Why not? Actually, you made some, place for your king.
Yeah.
It's a
He
good
had-
path.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Good.
I want to keep my d4.
D4 pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
And it protects because here check doesn't work because
Yeah.
of king e2, yeah? And the ending will be winning for you probably.
Or rook
Yeah.
d6 and the draw, maybe.
Oh yeah.
To give
Sure.
an exchange back.
Yeah, she can give the exchange back here.
And it will be a draw really, I think. But better
yeah, but,
for white, yeah?
I think I can play for winning here.
Yes,
Bishop
because of the
f6,
king,
because
yeah?
the king
Because the
is
king is really
It's,
limited by the...
Of course, I will be happy to play this.
Yeah, of course. Much better than in the
Yeah.
game for a few days. Okay, took, bishop g7 check.
d5. She has to play rook a1. And I think I have to play rook g7, king f8, rook h7, rook a4, h5. Try to do something like this. But rook d5, I think it's already lost.
Losing. Yeah, because the king comes into the
King
game,
is
yeah?
just coming and
The return of the king. Right, rook e6 here. And here, very nice maneuver.
yeah.
Yeah, and even two towers can help it, right?
Yeah, I've seen all of it, I think.
Yeah, but
First piece.
And here I think it was f4, yes?
F4, she played rook g6, but I think rook g2. She has
Was
to play
better, yeah?
Rook g2 or rook e3. I was thinking rook h3, rook
Here.
d3, king e5. Takes rook h7 and rook h6.
Yeah, somewhere.
Or rook b7, but rook h6.
Yeah, but okay, I'll take... Oh, I cannot.
Why not a king e6?
G8. Somewhere else, yeah, king G8 probably. And after that I think... But it's losing actually.
Yeah, it's losing.
It's probably losing endgame, yeah? Just take on
Rook
b6.
c4, king g6.
King G6, yeah. It should be losing.
Yeah.
But on the other hand I can take here.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
sure
not
whether
losing
it's
already.
losing or
Yeah,
not.
it's already not losing.
Maybe I
already.
have something better there.
It's such a position could occur. Yeah, could have occurred. I think your opponent should have thought about taking this bishop because it's really a pain
Yeah.
in, where.
Maybe I shall try to put bishop on e5 and then to touch b6 and try
Check.
to push f.
Yeah, for example,
Not
here,
now.
give a check.
Yeah.
Just to such a position
Yeah,
with like.
with-
How was the time? What was
it
the
was like
situation of time?
1 minute.
Oh yeah, it's
Maybe
very.
I have 2 there.
All right, but it's very nervous situation for
Yeah,
both of
very
you. Yeah, okay, and you did better.
Yeah, but I was sure I will not lose here. So.
Yeah, for sure. Your bishop is too good
Yeah.
now. When the d4 pawn is out of the game,
Of
it's
course.
really okay.
of course.
Okay. How do you find this tournament?
Oh, it's very nice. The organization is very good and playing hall, rooms, everything.
So we are very glad to hear it.
The most important factor.
Yeah, of course, as always. Okay.
Yeah, let's say so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any game left? I think only not many of them. Yes.
Did something happen in this game?
The last game in the tournament, in a for sure men tournament, yes, we are talking about that position, yes, and Oh,
So
there.
that is your plan.
Yes, I think so, because there might be a very. Oh, I think black is winning. The only move
Because
I think the only move now is bishop a6. Because my plan would be, okay, let's do it like that, yes? Check, king g1, king e1. My plan is to play g3 and then f3, f2.
And if I put my bishop on a long diagonal?
Yes, I play f3.
Alright.
And then the next move will be g3. So I'm winning, yeah? That's why I think the only move now is bishop a6. And just to put the bishop on that line.
And after bishop e2, if king g2?
Oh, there is a king g2. Alright, I'll try to go here. And then bishop f1 check. And then f3.
Yeah.
That's why bishop a6 is. I'm not
So
sure
this
whether
is
I can win it.
unpleasant, okay.
Here it's unpleasant, but maybe not losing yet. f3, and now I'd like to go somewhere. Bishop on d5, for example, g3. Of course, bishop g2 wins immediately.
Yeah. It has, okay. In
Yeah,
this
so
position
bishop
it
a6
has
is
to-
for sure the only move. Let's look. If Maciej made this move, yes, bishop a6
Yes.
is down, bishop d5, so it's very tricky position. I thought
But-
it would be so easy to make a draw, yes? And it turns out, okay, bishop b5, but after rook, bishop e4, I think...
Okay, is he able to hold
the
it?
I don't think so. The pawn endgame should be winning for black, yes? If we exchange the pair of bishops, I think black will manage to win. Okay, let's bishop e4 now. I would like just to exchange the bishops.
And if bishop d7 now, because from d3 you...
I will not protect my pawn, yes?
Yeah,
on
but then you
g4.
can play bishop d3 and bishop e2.
Bishop e2, yes, probably it's losing for... Maciej Krakowski will probably lose that game. It's a pity, but still, he's playing against very experienced and very good grandmaster. He won the bronze medal, I think, last year in the Kazan at the University. He won the bronze medal, so he's really a tough and experienced player. And of course, Maciej had only about 1 minute to think whether it's really a draw. Such a position is a draw. 40 seconds versus 3 minutes, so it's very, very tough situation for a Polish player.
Gains some time.
It's
Yeah,
very
because
tough.
black has easy play, he can
Yeah.
do anything, and white has to be
Very, yeah.
careful.
Bishop b5 in the move number 75. So here, check, check. Here, bishop a6, which was in the game. Bishop d5 and bishop b5. I think black's on move. Yes, black is still thinking. 2 minutes 44 seconds against 47 for white. I think Andresian will win that game. It's a pity for
He played
for
f3.
f3. F3 was played. F3. Ah, it's quite interesting, because after bishop d7, for example, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have bishop c4 check, king g1 and g3 with the same
Alright.
idea. I think it's already winning for black. What a terrible mistake. I also thought that it would be a draw when we exchanged the rooks, yeah? And now it turns out that probably Maciej Krakowski is losing that game. Unbelievably.
Yeah, maybe he
Bishop d7.
underestimated
Yeah,
it.
bishop c4, king g1, g3, probably it will be already, the result of the game will be already known. But g3, I would take it, and after
And
king
bishop
and
h3.
bishop h3, but I think then that now bishop e6 wins whole game. You can
Bishop g2.
bishop g2, yes, very nice trick. Come on, right. Here, and bishop g4 and king. Look,
Ah,
it will be a Zugzwang.
and it's trapped.
Yeah, and
Yes.
he's trapped king h1 and bishop f3. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. g3 is after king g1, bishop d7, bishop c4. Where are we? c4, king g1, g3.
So it's the same, right?
Yeah, we are here still. And Magic
And
Legosu is
that's
a
his
really
thing.
big trouble. I think he's losing that game. FG was played, King E1 for sure will be played by Zaven Andreasyan. He's got 3 minutes 46 seconds, so it's more than enough to win such a position. What a bad luck of Polish player.
So, what's the results of this round?
So we will of course wait for till the end, but here we can see that Dariusz First made a draw against Czech Grandmaster Jan Bernaszek, then only one victory at the top 4 boards, because probably Andresian will win.
So Ivan Bukavshin is the
leader. Yeah.
leader now.
Yeah, he leads with 3.5 points out of 4, and he will probably play against, I think, Dariusz Świercz. No, Andresian. No, because he's got only 3.
Not sure.
It's not sure, but I think he will play against Zaven Andresian because the colors are correct, and Andresian is number 2 in the starting list, so
He's the first.
he's the first to be caught by by Ivan Bukavshin from Russian Federation, and if of course he
Okay.
manages to win, but I think that he will. So Bishop h3, and now Bishop
Yeah, it's not
e6.
easy.
Yes, it's the winning move probably. It was done. And Asarian has found it. Maybe g4. Is it okay or not? It's not sufficient. It's not sufficient. After g4 I'll just take on g4.
Yeah. Bishop g2 and
Bishop g2, yeah.
the same would be played.
No, but because the king
because-
will go on g3, so maybe there is a hope. There's still a hope for
Alright.
white. g4 is the only move probably. Will he find it?
He played g4.
Really? Unbelievable. He didn't have any time actually, and he found g4. It's really a good move. Amazing. Oh yes, of course. I've already told you yesterday, but in Polish only, that he's really a trick man and very good rapid player. That's why he can find such solutions very quickly. And look, after Bishop g4, that I think will be played, and Asarian is thinking, still thinking. He's got some time for it, 2 minutes 40 seconds, and Magic Legosu in 56 seconds. So when he has got 25 seconds, he made such a move as g4. We have to wait, because is it possible? No, the king on h2 is too close for winning that position. Bishop has two squares on h3 and g2, so I think you rather, yes, I think he's not very happy with that g4 move. We can see him on camera. Really quite.
He looks like he is not sure about the position.
Yes, he's really, I think he's very. It's very interesting. So, let's look what's going on now. He's still thinking. He cannot believe that he's making probably a draw. He cannot find a solution.
He looks a little bit nervous.
Yes, he looks nervous, you know. He's got only 1 minute left. And he's playing against much weaker player with a much lower rating.
rated.
So, lower rated player, I would also not be happy about g4.
Definitely, I think he was sure he's just
Yes,
winning,
he's
right?
just winning, yeah. That's why he has changed the rooks. Amazing. It looked like winning, yeah? This bishop g4 was played, and bishop g2 Yes, luckily.
Nice.
And King E2. My goodness, it will Zugzwang.
And King G3 now. Bishop somewhere.
Something like that can occur. No, bishop after bishop. G4, yes, everything is winning. So, yes, you're right. I thought maybe it's a draw, but not really. So, why is he thinking? So, bishop G2. He didn't
F2.
take. He didn't take on
But
a.
it's. I think there is no difference.
Yes, but he didn't take that pawn. Then he played bishop D7. Further was bishop G2, F2, and king H2. Yes, he's losing that game. Unfortunately for him. That's the position. It's a pity because he was fighting like a lion for her children. Yes, in the danger, so it's king G3, bishop E2 wins the game. Yes, he's already, because I think after G4 he was really disappointed. What happens now? What happens now?
I don't know. Okay, he played bishop f1.
Yeah, bishop F1, yeah. So probably Maciej Lekowski will lose that game. So Klaudia Kulon leads. She's a leader in women's section. She's got 4 points out of 4. I don't know what was the result on the second board in the women's section. I will know it in a moment. What was the result between two girls from Russian Federation? Maria Fominik was playing against Lydia Tomnikova. It was Tomnikova won a game, and so Klaudia will have to play against the Russian player Lydia Tomnikova with black. I don't know what does she do here still, what she's at the studio, but okay, it's her preparation as far as it goes really nice. So I think that for that round it would be enough. Of course, I think that after bishop e2 we can wait till the end, yes, till the end of the round, of course. But of course, Alexander Lach is with us today, and I will ask her to come here. Ola? Ola. Why don't you come here? Come on. So she's too shy, you know. Okay, so let's talk about her dress. Should we, Anna?
Yeah.
I'm not the fashion, you know, I'm not the fashion person, so...
We can see.
Yeah, I know. I've quitted to watch fashion TV some few years ago, and so I'm out of date. So what do you think about? Yeah, I know.
But we can talk about your outfit.
I don't. Everybody can see it.
Alexander, don't you think we can talk about his outfit? She is too shy.
I know. Although she could speak Polish and we'll translate it. Maciej Lekowski is still fighting, but yeah. Although Maciej Lekowski has already 3 minutes against 1, but I think still nothing will change.
Is this the position?
Why doesn't he want to win?
I don't know what's going on, but I think with this pawn, he can do anything to
Yeah.
gain some time, and then
Yeah, of course, I think it's a good idea. If you don't see, because you're running out of time, it's a good idea to just to make some moves. You have 50 of them. You're allowed to make 50, yes?
70, I think.
70,
after changing
75,
these rules.
after 75, I think that referee has to say it's a draw.
Uh-huh.
But after it's it's officially a draw
Okay.
without any request from the player. But after 50, it's a draw. If a player says that your opponent,
I see.
as far as I remember, I'm not sure yet. I haven't played with those rules yet. I think that FIDE finally made some good decision about the rating, because giving a rating to everybody who starts to play is a bad idea.
So what's the change? Because I'm not aware.
No, it was a few years ago. This change was done a few years ago, and I don't think that now the youth has really low ratings. After 3 tournaments, they are not aware how to play correctly, properly, and
But anyway, they have.
yeah, and anyway they have this rating. Many years ago, it was the L was given to players over 2200. In my times, when I was younger and beautiful, so never. It was that every player could have an ELO over 2000, which I think 1800 is okay, but not less. And now
It's pointless, but of course.
Yeah. It's all about money, of course. It's nothing to be afraid of. To say about it, I think. Maybe I'll be killed in a few days. Never mind.
Probably that's why.
That
I
won't be a
don't
great
think.
loss. Maybe if the king goes on e3, there is still a why king g3. I would go on e3. Here after king e1, I would go on e3, not to allow to go with the bishop on h2.
On h2.
E2. But okay, king g3 was played, yes?
And bishop b5, as I can see.
Bishop b5. Let's look whether it's okay. Bishop.
No, bishop d7.
Alright, bishop h3 now. So white's on move in such a position, so okay, let's move it. Somehow.
Bishop f1, bishop b5.
Yeah, bishop b5, bishop h3. Of course, it's not a game, but it's now
Yeah.
it stands so. Yeah.
Now it's a game.
Now it's a game.
And bishop f1 now.
Yeah,
no,
bishop.
it doesn't help.
Okay, bishop f1,
No,
bishop d7, for example. Is it so easy to be win? Is it so easy to win that game? I think just put bishop on d3, c2, d1, e2.
Why not e2 immediately?
Good question. Maybe because of bishop,
Good manner, really.
bishop
But
h3.
I don't know.
Bishop h3,
And
no?
now the same. I mean,
So,
how
what
can black
will-
improve his position?
it's a good question. Because it would be easily won. But it's not so easy now. So let's get back to the game.
Okay, our GM. How do you evaluate this?
Come on, I'm analyzing for more than 4 hours and a half. So I'm not sure about anything now.
Okay, but somehow we were able to win this a few minutes
Somehow.
ago, and now we
We are not.
I don't know.
The engine would say the truth. Actually, because now I'm not sure about it. So now,
Did they play something?
Maybe
they-
bishop f1 now. No, not with but with black here. Such a position. Bishop
not stupid.
f1. Bishop somewhere in the space. And I will just put it here. I think white should put his king on e3.
And that's why, because on this diagonal he can exchange it.
Yes, now king f4, bishop b3, king e3, and bishop d1, yes? And bishop a6, for example. It's a draw. We have checked it on Nalimov table, so we are now quite sure about it. Unbelievable.
So he managed to defend.
No, they are still playing, it's not so easy.
I mean,
still.
with this g4.
G4, yeah, it was a throwish move, so Anders Struan will probably, I've already thought that he will win that game easily. Unbelievable. I have to wait till the end of the game.
And he wanted to quit.
Yeah, I wanted already to quit, yeah. Bishop b5, the position is stands like that. Something like that. Yes, exactly, and black is on move. Black is to move, so...
And what's the time? And now Klekowski has 7
minutes, man. He has seen everything from it. Come on, unbelievable.
And Andresian has only some seconds.
Yeah, some seconds left only. 49 of them. I would like to look at them at the camera, not at myself. It would be much better, I think.
For everyone.
Alright, still they are playing.
Maciej is more self-confident now.
And he's more lucky, probably. No, this trick doesn't work. Bishop c4. We have already 99 moves done. I would love to ask Zaven after the game to come here for an interview, but I don't think he would be interested.
Yeah, me neither.
It would be nothing strange about it. King d2 was done now, and bishop f1. Bishop f1. Bishop a4. King f3 has to be done now, I think. King f3. Yes, the next round will start at 2 o'clock GMT, but PM of course, GMT, but at 4 o'clock Polish time. I think King f3 now makes a draw. King e1 and bishop a6 just to put my king on e3. He has done a move. What was it? Anna, my old eyes aren't what they were. So, do you see it?
No, sorry. I think King e1.
Yeah,
right?
but King g3.
Yes.
What the goose? Why don't King f3? King e1 and
Maybe
then
he was afraid to put his king on white square.
he's got 7 minutes, come on.
So maybe he thinks this is a draw anyway.
What's going on there? I really don't understand it.
Yeah. Let's hope he does.
She's still on h5. No. Is it zero
But
draw?
I think we had this position already. Maybe bishop was on d7 or something, but no difference, I guess.
I don't get it. I would put my king on e3 and easily draw.
And now
Just a-
bishop c4 and bishop d1, right?
So I think we've already had this position which occurs on the board, because now let's say it's king e1, bishop here, so okay, bishop g2, Bishop here, bishop here, bishop f1, bishop e6. Bishop g2 and bishop c4 is on the board. I think we've already had that position a few moves ago. Maciej is counting.
Right.
Antasarian has 3 minutes and Maciej 9. Oh, almost 10 minutes. So he's playing really rapidly. Come on, I wanna go to lunch. No, of course he's fighting for a point.
And
It's
we
very
are happy
important.
for him.
Yes.
But have we seen it 3 times already? I don't think so, right?
No, it was the second. I think it's the second time. This position was done.
And because he played a move,
Here,
right?
this position I think was done already. Bishop c4. Only without the g pawn, white can manage to make a draw. Unbelievable that you have to give away a pawn on your last hope of winning just to make a draw. He cannot believe it. Zavan cannot believe it. He was sure he was winning. Actually, me too. But then I thought it would be a draw, and then I thought he would win. And I thought it's a draw.
Like a woman.
Yeah. Maybe I have some factors of Okay, let's see the games in women's section. Let's see the results of women's section. The other. So, on the first board, Klaudia Kulon won, then Lidia Tomnikova. So actually no draw. The first draw was done by Alexandra Lach, who is still here, but still doesn't want to come here. I don't know why, I don't bite. For the first 6 boards, it was a result of
9 was a white one.
Yes, Claudia Kulon won, so she's got 4 out of 4.
So only 3 draws in
Yeah,
women's
that's
section.
Unbelievable. Yeah, because here it was winning for white, so only 3 draws in women's section. So, Maciej is still playing, making a draw probably. We've had this position already, I think. Let's look what's going on, what happened.
Yeah, what did they play?
So it was bishop b3, king h4, f4.
We had to have this king a3 after bishop d1.
So let's wait. And how about the result in the men's section? Still, it's not very...
A lot of draws,
A lot of draws.
of course.
Why, of course. They are also doing maybe the level is not so wide. The difference on the level is not so high, not so big as in the women competition, huh?
Or maybe you're just not fighting.
They were fighting. They have to fight because of this 30 moves rule. So
They have to pretend, at least.
oh, they have to pretend. Yes, knight f3, knight f6, knight g1, knight g8. Yeah, that's what you say. So only 1 victory till now on the first 8 boards, done by Ivan Bukavshin, who is the leader now with 3.5 points out of 4. Maciej Krakowski is still playing against Daven, and king came finally to e3.
So you're happy now.
Finally, yeah, something that I thought.
Okay, why did he move it from a3? So I think we have now 30 moves. Then
We have to start to count in the move
f2 was the last.
f2, yes, so we
right?
have already 30 moves that are done by both players. For sure it's the longest game in this tournament till now. 111 moves, and for sure Zaven Andreasyan will try to win it further, but I don't think that he's got any chances. So 7 draws on the first. Not yet, because they are still playing, but the most probable result of that game is draw. And then Kacper Piorun won on the 9th board. Okay, so we will switch to Polish a little bit just to sum up the round. Anna, co powiesz o rundzie?
No to jak zwykle kobiety są bardziej waleczne. No nie?
Po prostu
Co sądzisz?
poziom jest bardziej wyrównany u mężczyzn. Kobietek po prostu spotykają się, jedna tam gra, druga tam imprezuje, no i po prostu albo niższy po prostu ten poziom i tam podstawki, tam jedna się zapatrzy, złapie za włosy tam i skoczka podstawi. No,
Ale na pewno jest ciekawiej.
jest na pewno ciekawiej, no jest piękniej, jak to u kobiet, wiadomo. Być piękniejsza i piękna, przepraszam, brzydsza, sorry.
Mówimy już o facetach, tak?
Tak, przechodzimy do basenu. Także na pierwszych 8 stołach tylko jedna rezultatywna partia. Prawdopodobnie, jeśli Maciek Klekowski ustoi tą remisową pozycję, Iwan Bukawszyn wyrasta nam na samodzielnego lidera z 3,5 punktami. Wygrał on moim zdaniem sporą niespodzianką całego tego turnieju Evandro Barbosą z Brazylii. Czekamy jeszcze na wynik Maćka. Cały czas czekamy, patrzymy, czy oni jeszcze grają. Tak, no goniec na E8 się jakoś znalazł, goniec D7 nastąpiło chyba. Goniec C4, goniec E8, gdzieś tam chodzenie już tam po ścianie. Według powiedzenia powoli po ścianie każdy się dostanie.
Myślę, że po prostu próbuję wyczekać, aż może Maciek
Myślę,
zrobi
że
jakiś błąd. No
albo
nie,
nabić
no to
czasu troszeczkę, tak. Natomiast wracając do wyników,
niczym nie ryzykuję.
Darek
no.
Świerc zremisował dzisiaj na pierwszej desce i prawdopodobnie jednak to on będzie grał z Iwanem Bukawszynem, dlatego cały czas myślałem, że Andreasyan da radę to wygrać, chyba jednak jest to remis, znaczy na pewno jest to remis. No niestety bez korzystania z tablic na Limowa i tak dalej, no jest trudno, szczególnie po 4,5 godziny komentowania. Dalej na pewno ciekawą partię rozegrał. Momencik, muszę się zastanowić, co chciałem powiedzieć. Sukirow z You. Michał Olszewski niestety przegrał z polskich zawodników po bardzo zaciętej walce z tym Chińczykiem, o którym już wspominaliśmy wiele razy, Lu. Kacper Piorun wygrał z reprezentantem Szwajcarii Glurem. Nie powiem dlaczego, ale moim zdaniem jest to związane z kolorem włosów, ale nie będę wredny. Dalej.
To całe szczęście, że nie będziesz wredny, to by było do Ciebie niepodobne.
Zgadzam się. Jacek Tomczak zremisował z Janem Krejczy, natomiast nasza piękna współpracowniczka Anna opisze wyniki kobiet. Anno?
Gdzie one są? No to oczywiście Klaudia Kulon, nasza liderka tutaj polskiej ekipy, wygrała. Może troszeczkę, tylko troszeczkę szczęśliwie. No w sumie, tutaj była na drugiej desce była zacięta partia, w sumie oceniliśmy ją cały czas lepiej dla białych, ale okazało się, że czarne zdobyły jakąś inicjatywę, więc teraz Klaudia będzie grała ze zwyciężczynią z drugiej deski.
Z Rosjanką Tomnikową, tak?
No i oczywiście na pierwszych 6 deskach żadnego remisu, widać tutaj dziewczyny walczą.
Podstawiają.
No ale jest ciekawie. Nasze tutaj dziewczyny dzisiaj nie przegrały żadnej partii, także jest się z czego cieszyć. 3 z 4, nie?
Ania Gasik wygrała na 6. desce, tak?
Tak, i później 2 remisy. Oli Lach i Marty Bartel.
Czekamy
No
jeszcze na dalsze ruchy w tej
Aż
partii.
skończą. Będziemy się mogli cieszyć już.
Mamy już ruchów
Prawie 40.
40 bez mała. Bez 3, także czekamy. Zastanawiam się, ile osób jeszcze da radę wytrzymać to coś, ale no myślę, że warto było oglądać dzisiejszą rundę. Jeszcze dzisiaj 45 ogląda. Cholera jasno, jestem pod wrażeniem. Szczerze mówiąc, dzisiaj runda jeszcze jedna, to już będzie 5. runda w przeciągu 3 dni, także podstawki będą jeszcze bardziej na porządku dziennym i więcej rezultatywnych partii będzie się na pewno pojawiało.
Na pewno nie u chłopaków.
Chyba że zaczną podstawiać. Nie powiem jak kto. Także czekamy cały czas na wynik tej partii Maćka. Myślę, że coś tam się dzieje. Oni nabijają już sobie po 10 minut, także no, jeszcze chwilkę tutaj możemy z Państwem posiedzieć. Jak w ogóle podoba Ci się turniej, jak organizacja już troszeczkę dłużej? Tu jesteś hotel, jest wyżywienie, jak myślisz? I czemu tu nie grasz?
Jestem jeszcze za młoda, słuchaj.
Na nie wygląda.
Okej. Wyżywienie też nie wiem, bo od kiedy przyjechałam tylko, to siedzę tutaj z Tobą, jest bardzo miło, no ale nic jeszcze nie zjadłam, także
Aha.
no nic nie mogę
Jest moja
powiedzieć.
wina.
Ale z tego, co widzę, to jest bardzo dobrze, tak jak mówiłam na początku. A Tobie jak się podoba? Może Ty coś powiesz?
No, sporo roboty, szczerze mówiąc, sporo analizowania, sporo wykazywania niewiedzy, niestety. Nie wiem, jak tam, czy dajecie swoje opinie na naszej stronie facebookowej. Nie za dużo, bardzo byśmy prosili www.facebook.com/chess2014 albo subskrybujcie nasz kanał na YouTubie. Chyba jakiś komentarz się pojawił, bo widzę jakieś merdanie ogonka naszego tutaj człowieka, który czuwa nad tym. Nie, jednak to fałszywy alarm. Patrzmy lepiej, jak przebiega partia. Dalej tam ścigają
16
się.
minut już
Tak,
ma.
ścigają się tam. Białe nabił sobie 16, także no.
A jeszcze tylko 7 ruchów zostało.
Tak, bo już jest 124 ruch. Jak to było dalej? Goniec. Powiedzmy sobie szczerze, że powstała mniej więcej taka pozycja. Tam, że goniec G2 tutaj.
I goniec C4 w sumie było. Goniec G2, goniec C4 chyba.
Tak, goniec G2, goniec C4. Goniec G2,
Ale-
goniec C4, tak?
Nie wiem, czy teraz miał być na ruchu biały, czy czarny.
Z królem na F4 właśnie musimy jeszcze pokombinować. No wiadomo, to chodzi o to po prostu, że mniej więcej pozycja stoi. Król tak, tam odskoczył, ten tutaj go tam pogonił, ten odskoczył, ten tutaj poszedł, ten tutaj, ten tam tutaj go tam próbował
Nieważne, co gra.
złapać. Tak, to nie ma żadnego znaczenia. Goniec E6,
Goniec H3.
Tam-
Nie no, trochę goniec G2 może.
goniec... No dobra, chodzi o to pozycję, że stoi pozycja, w której czarne... O, i zgodzono się na remis w końcu.
Super.
Brawo dla Maćka za obronę, bo naprawdę było ciężko. Tak, to aplauz dla Maćka. Dziękuję Aniu bardzo za pomoc. Następna partia o godzinie 16 naszego czasu. Zostańcie z nami. The next round will be played at 4 o'clock Polish time, so at 2 p.m. GMT. Thank you for watching and see you soon. See you during the next round. Thank you.
Thank you.